treating as gold, right? Gold units of measures. Appude 1 kg of 1000 grams. So I purchase 1 kg, no alternate units. Okay, so I purchase units kg of gold. So akkada 1 iste akkada 1 kg purchase chesanu. So 1 kg ki enta avutundi around 30 lakhs, right? So I am saving it. So now this will I am selling in grams, right? My stock summary chuste gold. So if you see gold, okay, if you see this gold, if you observe here 1 kg is equal to 30 lakhs, right? Sorry, press F12 and say the tail units. And 1 kg ante enta vastundi manaki 1000 grams, right? So if you observe the tail units, you can see here 1000 grams is called 1 kg. Now you can sell it. Okay, you can sell it for gold. I am selling. So how what I am selling? I am selling at 10 grams. Okay, 10 grams. That is nothing. Okay, I am taking 10 grams or 100 grams. You can type 100 grams per gram enta 3750. That is coming per kg. So GM as grams 3,75,000. Okay, so how much stock should we have? We have purchased 1 kg of gold. So 1 kg of gold is nothing but 1000 grams, right? Now 1000 grams ante 1000 grams 100 grams ammesam. But stock ఎంత ఉండాలి మన దగ్గర 900 grams. See, you can observe 900 grams 30 lakhs per kg. It is 2,70,000. So like this you can have the alternate units, you can have the compound units and everything, right? So just the problem I am giving to you, ante meer practice chesukodaniki okasari pass chestunnanu. If you want you can have the look into it. If you want you can have so just pass chestunnanu, meer din screenshot cheskoni practice chesukodaniki chance untundi. Okay, create the following stock items alternate units in ERP9. So the main units and the boxes, alternate units and the numbers, opening quantity is 10. So ఇక్కడ రేట్ పర్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో ఆల్వేస్ ఇట్ విల్ బి ఫర్ మెయిన్ బాక్స్. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏదైతే రేట్ అని చెప్పి రేట్ పర్ అని ఉంది సార్, మరి ఇది బాక్సా నంబరా అనేది. సో ఆల్వేస్ రిమెంబర్ దట్ వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ మెయిన్ యూనిట్. మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బాక్స్, అంటే ఇక్కడ రేట్ పర్ కూడా బాక్స్లోనే ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ కూడా మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బ్యాగ్, అంటే ఇక్కడ 80 రూపీస్ పర్ బ్యాగ్ అనే అర్థం. ఓకే, మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బాక్స్, ద రేట్ ఈస్ బాక్స్. అంటే మెయిన్ యూనిట్ బాక్స్ ఉంటే మనకి ఇచ్చిన రేట్ కూడా బాక్స్ అని అనుకోవాలి. మెయిన్ యూనిట్ బ్యాగ్ ఉంటే మనకి ఇచ్చిన రేట్ కూడా పర్ బ్యాగ్ అనుకోవాలి. ఇట్స్ అన్ అజంప్షన్, రైట్? Okay, right? So students, we have seen how to create the compound units, we have seen how to create the alternate units in Tally, right? So any doubts you can comment on the YouTube, then I can help you. Okay, so this is how we are going to see. So if any information you want, you can go for stock summary and see that. Okay, so gold loki veltaru. So inward outward, what is the inward outward you can see. Okay, right students? So now in today's class we have discussed about the alternate units, we have discussed of the compound units. Okay, compound units, so once again we have quick look that. So alternate unit ante alternate లో 2 types ఉంటుంది, సింపుల్ ఉంటుంది, ఆల్టర్నేట్ ఉంటుంది. సింపుల్ యూనిట్స్ అంటే వేర్ ద యూనిట్స్ ఆర్ సోల్డ్ ఆన్ 1, అంటే ఒక పెన్ను నంబర్స్లోనే అమ్ముతాము, దట్ ఈస్ సింపుల్. అదే పెన్నుని మనం నంబర్స్లో కూడా అమ్ముతాము, బాక్సెస్లో కూడా అమ్ముతాము, దట్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్. అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ కంపౌండ్? కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇందాక మీరు చూపించిన ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోల్డ్ మనం కేజీలో కొంటాం, 1 or 2 kgs కొంటాం, బట్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు సెల్ ఇన్ గ్రామ్స్. ఓకే, ఆర్ any solutions in manufacturing and in research industry, sorry, in research laboratories, they will purchase in kgs and liters and they will sell in ml అంటే the use for research in ml or grams, there the consumption will be in grams. So what is the total stock available in grams or in kgs? Okay, that we can see that is called a compound unit which we can do in tally. So tally లో మనకి మన స్టాక్ సమ్మరీలో కూడా టోటల్ క్వాంటిటీ అంటే క్వాంటిటీ లాగా వస్తుంది, వాటి యొక్క ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ అంటే ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ పక్కనే వస్తుంది, అలాగే కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్స్లో మీకు టోటల్ నంబర్స్లో కావాలంటే నంబర్స్లో వస్తుంది, కేజీస్లో కావాలంటే కేజీస్లో వస్తుంది, ఎలా అయినా మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో నిన్న కూడా కొన్ని క్లాసెస్ చెప్పాను, ద టాలీ ఈజ్ కండక్టింగ్ సమ్ certification program through the authorized centers. You can go and contact them for the training program also. Okay, so in today's class today's class we are discussing about stock summary, alternate units and stock groups. In tomorrow's class we are going to discuss about the voucher అంటే. సో రేపటి క్లాస్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండి. సో స్టూడెంట్స్ షుడ్ బి వెరీ అలర్ట్ బికాస్ టుమారోస్ టాపిక్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ద వోచర్ ఎంట్రీ. దిస్ ఇస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండ్ ఇన్ దిస్ వోచర్ ఎంట్రీస్ ఓన్లీ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ద హోల్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇందాక మనం ఏది చేసామో లైక్ లెడ్జర్ క్రియేషన్స్ కానీ గ్రూప్స్ క్రియేషన్స్ కానీ ఓకేనా, స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ కానీ స్టాక్ గ్రూప్స్ కానీ అవి వన్ టైం అంటే ఒకసారి స్టాక్ ఐటమ్ వచ్చింది ఒకసారి క్రియేట్ చేసి టాలీలో వదిలేస్తాము అంతే. లెడ్జర్ కూడా ఒకసారి క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము వదిలేస్తాము అంతే. బట్ ఫ్రమ్ టుమారో అంటే డైలీ రిసిట్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, డైలీ పేమెంట్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మనకు వస్తే చెక్ వస్తే ఎక్కడ ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మన క్యాష్ వస్తే ఎక్కడ ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మన సేల్స్ అమ్మితే ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, పర్చేస్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, సేల్స్ ఇన్వాయిస్ని ఎలా ప్రింట్ చేయాలి, పర్చేస్ వచ్చిన ఐటమ్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేసుకోవాలి, వాటికి ఏ లెడ్జర్లో తీసుకోవాలి, మనం అసెట్ పర్చేస్ చేస్తే ఏ వోచర్లో తీసుకోవాలి, మనం బ్యాంక్ కానీ క్యాష్ కానీ డిపాజిట్ చేస్తే క్యాష్ డిపాజిట్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఏ వోచర్లో తీసుకో. దిస్ ఆల్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ది about in voucher entries from tomorrow's class. So from tomorrow onwards we are going to have an very important classes, everyone should alert. Okay, so students bye for now today, have a nice day, we will meet you tomorrow. Good morning students, good morning everyone, welcome to Mana TV, welcome to Tally training program conducted by AP SSDC. Right, in the yesterday's class we have discussed about units of measures, that is alternate units and compound units, right. So today is the 7th class. In the last 6th class we have discussed about how to create a company, how to create the ledger accounts, how to create the groups, how to create the stock items, how to create the stock items with alternate units and groups, right. Today we are going to discuss about today also we are going to discuss about the voucher entry. So in the last classes we have discussed about so as I said that we have 5 accounting process in Tally was 5 steps, right. That was first one is creation of company, second one is creation of ledgers and ledger groups, third one is creation of stock items and stock groups, fourth one is voucher entry and fifth one is report. Today we are in the fourth step, that is how vouchers, how to enter the vouchers, for what type of transactions we have to use what type of vouchers, right. So my last 6 classes ని చూసుకుంటే మనం ఒక కంపెనీ క్రియేషన్, లెడ్జర్ క్రియేషన్, ఇన్వెంటరీ క్రియేషన్లో మళ్ళీ యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ మెజర్స్లో ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్, కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్స్ ఇవన్నీ చూసాం, రైట్. మన అకౌంటింగ్ ప్రాసెస్లో 5 స్టెప్స్ ఉంటాయి, దట్ ఈస్ క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీ, క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ లెడ్జర్ అకౌంట్స్ అండ్ గ్రూప్స్, క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ అండ్ స్టాక్ గ్రూప్స్, నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఇస్ వోచర్ ఎంట్రీ, ఫిఫ్త్ వన్ ఇస్ రిపోర్ట్స్, రైట్. ఫోర్త్ వన్ we are in the fourth step, that is vouchers, right. Here is the main topic we are going to learn from today. సో ఇందాక లాస్ట్ 3 ఏవైతే మనం చూసామో ఆ లాస్ట్ 3 స్టెప్స్ అంటే క్రియేషన్ కంపెనీ కానీ, లెడ్జర్ అకౌంట్స్ క్రియేషన్ కానీ, ఇన్వెంటరీ క్రియేషన్ కానీ, ఇది వన్ టైం క్రియేషన్. అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మన బిజినెస్ కొత్తగా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తేనే ఒక్కసారి క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు, తర్వాత మళ్ళీ అవసరం పడదు. అది అంటే న్యూ ఐటమ్ వచ్చినప్పుడు కానీ, ఒక కొత్త లెడ్జర్ అకౌంట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రమే మనం యూజ్ చేస్తాము అంతే. కానీ వోచర్స్ అనేవి డైలీ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్, అంటే డైలీ అంటే మీరు మార్నింగ్ బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసినప్పటి నుండి బిజినెస్ షట్ డౌన్ చేసేంత వరకు మీరు ఏదైతే ఫైనాన్షియల్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ చేస్తున్నారో అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి. ఫైనాన్షియల్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ అంటే లైక్ యు ఆర్ పేయింగ్ టు ద సంబడి, అంటే మీరు ఎవరికైనా క్రెడిటర్కి పే చేయొచ్చు, లేదన్నా బ్యాంక్లో అమౌంట్ డిపాజిట్ చేయొచ్చు, బ్యాంక్లో అమౌంట్ విత్డ్రా చేయొచ్చు, ఏదైనా ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ స్పెండ్ చేయొచ్చు, లైక్ శాలరీస్ పేమెంట్ చేయొచ్చు, వేజెస్ పేమెంట్ చేయొచ్చు, ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ ఛార్జెస్ పే చేయొచ్చు, ఇలాంటివి ఏమైనా ఉండొచ్చు. అదేవిధంగా సేల్స్ చేయొచ్చు, మీరు ప్రోడక్ట్స్ని మీరు బయటకి సేల్స్ అంటే గూడ్స్ని సేల్ చేసి పంపించడం, ఓకేనా. అలాగే మనకి బయట నుండి గూడ్స్ పర్చేస్ చేయడము, అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్స్ చేయడము, సో ఇలాంటి చాలా చాలా ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి మనకి. Okay, so before let's see the screen and we see what we are doing now. Okay, just I'm opening the PPT. So what is the voucher we are going to see now? So this all we have discussed earlier. Now we are going to see with the vouchers. Okay, right. So first let me see what is the voucher. Voucher అంటే ఏంటి? Voucher is nothing but voucher is the primary document for proof of a transaction. అంటే voucher అనేది ప్రైమరీ డాక్యుమెంట్ అన్నమాట. ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఏమైనా అంటే voucher ఎందుకు రాస్తాము? సపోజ్ మీరు ఒక అతనికి శాలరీ పే చేస్తారు. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రూఫ్ దట్ యు హావ్ పేడ్ ద శాలరీ? మీ ప్రూఫ్ ఏంటి శాలరీ పే చేస్తామని? సో ఈ voucherలో ఆ డీటెయిల్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఎవరికి పే చేస్తున్నాము, దేని గురించి పే చేస్తున్నాము, సో దేని గురించి పే చేస్తున్నాము, ఎంత పే చేస్తున్నాము, నరేషన్ ఏంటి, దేని గురించి పే చేస్తున్నాము, అన్ని డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని వోచర్లో రాస్తాము. ఈ వోచర్ ఎందుకంటే ఇట్స్ ప్రూఫ్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్. ఇప్పుడు ఆయన శాలరీ పే చేస్తున్నాం, రైట్. మనం ఆయనకి శాలరీ పే చేస్తున్నప్పుడు వెన్ యూఆర్ పేయింగ్ శాలరీ టు హిమ్ we have to take the sign, because in further he says that we are not received the salary. So with this document proof we can say that I have paid the salary to that person, and we have to obtain a signature from that person. అంటే ఆ వోచర్లో మనము దేనికోసం పే చేస్తున్నాము, ఎవరికి పే చేస్తున్నాము అన్ని రాసేసి తన సైన్ తీసుకుంటాము. సో అలాగే డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ వోచర్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో నేను ఒక ద నెక్స్ట్ క్లాస్లో ఆ వోచర్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది ఏంటి అనేది ఒక ప్రూఫ్ కూడా చూపిస్తాను మీకు. సో అది కూడా మీకు ఈజీగా అండర్స్టాండ్, ఎక్కడ ఏం రాయాలి అనేది కూడా మీకు ఈజీగా అండర్స్టాండ్ అవుతుంది. ఓకేనా. సో యాజ్ వి సెడ్ దట్ a voucher is a primary document of proof of a transactions. We have different types of vouchers, right? So vouchers మన చాలా రకాలు ఉంటాయి, ఒక్కొక్క voucher ఒక్కొక్క దానికి పెట్టారు. సో టాలీలో మనకి డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ vouchers ఉంటాయి, రైట్. ఇన్ టాలీ we have different types of vouchers. Okay, we are going to have different, అంటే చాలా టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ vouchers ఉంటాయి. యాక్చువల్గా మన కంప్యూటరైజ్ అకౌంటింగ్ అన్నప్పుడు, కంప్యూటరైజ్ అకౌంటింగ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక జస్ట్ కామన్ ఒక జనరల్ voucher అంటే ఒక ఎంట్రీ పాస్ చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా అది మనకి ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్లకి ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. అదే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మీ యొక్క ట్రయల్ బ్యాలెన్స్కి ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. మీ యొక్క ఫైనాన్షియల్ అకౌంట్ దట్ ఈస్ ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్ బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్, ఓకే, దానికి కూడా ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఎఫెక్ట్ అయిపోతుంది. మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు ఇన్ని టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ వోచర్స్ చేశారు టాలీలో అంటే ఒక్కొక్క దానికి ఒక్కొక్క మీనింగ్ ఉండాలి, అంటే ఒక్కొక్క పర్పస్ పెట్టారు. దట్ ఈస్ ఫర్ అవర్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. ఇప్పుడు మేము మామూలుగా సేల్స్ చేసామనుకోండి, you can directly write the entry cash account data to sales or cash account data to Mr. X, cash account data to bank. But when you give this document to our customer saying that cash account data to sales, I have made the sale, will the customer will accept that? No, right. ఆ ఒక డాక్యుమెంట్ మీ వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేసే సేల్స్ పర్చేజ్ అని క్యాష్ అకౌంట్ టు సేల్స్ కానీ సంథింగ్ పర్చేజ్ అకౌంట్ టు క్యాష్ అన్నట్లు మనం డాక్యుమెంట్ వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తే ద అదర్ పర్సన్ విల్ నాట్ యాక్సెప్ట్, బికాస్ దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ప్రాపర్ డాక్యుమెంట్, రైట్. అంటే ఒక సేల్స్ ఇన్వాయిస్ అంటే అందులో అన్నీ ఉండాలి, లైక్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద క్వాంటిటీ యూఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్, what is the rate of that quantity, what is the amount, what is the tax details, that all details you have to be mentioned in the invoice, right. So without that it is not possible. So what the tally people has done is they have created the different vouchers for different transactions. అంటే ఒక్కొక్క ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ కి ఒక్కొక్క డిఫరెంట్ వోచర్ టైప్ డిజైన్ చేశారు. ఎందుకంటే ఫర్దర్ గా మనం అదే వోచర్ ని ప్రింట్ తీసి వాళ్ళకి ఆ ఒక ఇన్వాయిస్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వడానికి. ఓకేనా. ఇప్పుడు రిసిట్ ఉందనుకో, మామూలుగా రిసిట్ అంటే మనం ఎలా ఇస్తాము, సో మామూలుగా రిసీవ్డ్ మనము స్కూల్లో ఫీజు కనుక అలా ఏమైనా పే చేస్తుంటే రిసీవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ మిస్టర్ సో అండ్ సో పర్సన్ towards it may be for college fees, towards it may be something XYZ reason. సో అలా రిసీట్ ఉంటుంది. అంతే కదా. సో దట్ ఆల్సో క్యాన్ బి డన్ ఇన్ టాలీ. సో అలాగా రిసీట్కి ఒక డిఫరెంట్ వోచర్ టైప్ పెట్టారు. సో డిఫరెంట్ వోచర్ టైప్ డిజైన్. సో అవి ఎలాంటి వోచర్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఏంటి అనేది ఇప్పుడు మనం చూద్దాం. ఓకే, లెట్స్ ప్లీజ్ సీ ద స్క్రీన్ నౌ. Now what is the first voucher type we are discussing? We are discussing receipt voucher. Okay, అంటే ఈ రిసీట్ వోచర్ ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు యూజ్ చేస్తామో యూ కెన్ నోట్ డౌన్. రిసీట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ వెన్ క్యాష్ ఈస్ కమింగ్ ఇన్ టు ద బిజినెస్. అంటే ఎప్పుడైతే క్యాష్ మన బిజినెస్ లోకి వస్తుందో అప్పుడు ఈ యొక్క రిసీట్ వోచర్ ని యూజ్ చేస్తాము. దట్ ఈస్ పాయింట్ నెంబర్ 1. సెకండ్, రిసీట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ వెన్ చెక్ ఈజ్ రిసీవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎ కస్టమర్. So not only cash is coming into the business, but when you are receiving check from the business, when you are receiving the check from the business also it is used. Okay, next one is receipt voucher is used when we receive income in the form of cash or check. అంటే ఒక 3 బేసిక్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ చెప్పాను మీకు. అంటే చెక్ ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు వస్తున్నా ఒక 3 బేసిక్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇచ్చాను మీకు. దట్ ఈస్ ఫస్ట్ వన్, రిసీట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ when cash is coming into the business. Receipt voucher is used when a check is received from a customer. Receipt voucher is used when we receive income from in the form of cash or check. అంటే ఈ 3 కాకుండా సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలంటే మన బిజినెస్లోకి క్యాష్ కానీ చెక్ కానీ మనకి ఎప్పుడైతే రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటామో అప్పుడు ఈ యొక్క రిసీట్ వోచర్ అనేది యూజ్ చేస్తాం. ఓకేనా, ఇట్ మే బి ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాన్స్, ఇట్ మే బి ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ ఎనీ అమౌంట్ రిసీవ్ ఫర్ ద అర్లియర్ బిల్స్. అంటే ముందు మనం ఎప్పుడో సేల్ చేస్తుంటాం, లాస్ట్ మంత్ లో సేల్ చేస్తుంటాము. ఆ లాస్ట్ మంత్ సేల్స్ కి ఇప్పుడు మనకి తన క్యాష్ కానీ చెక్ కానీ ఇవ్వచ్చు. సో అప్పుడు రిసీట్ వోచర్ యూజ్ చేస్తాం. సో కొందరు ఇన్కమ్స్ ఉంటాయి, లైక్ వెన్ యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ సర్వీస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వి రిసీవ్ ద ఇన్కమ్, లైక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఈస్ రిసీవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ FDRs, దట్ ఈస్ ఫిక్స్డ్ డిపాజిట్ రిసీట్స్. అంటే బ్యాంకుల మీద ఏమైనా డిపాజిట్స్ పెడతారు, ఆ డిపాజిట్స్ అగైన్స్ కన్నా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వచ్చింది. సో అలాంటి వాటికి కూడా మనము ఈ యొక్క రిసీట్ వోచర్ చూస్తాం. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ వి సీ ద సెకండ్ వోచర్. నెక్స్ట్ వోచర్ ఇస్ పేమెంట్ వోచర్. ఓకే, వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ పేమెంట్ వోచర్? ఓకే, పేమెంట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ వెన్ క్యాష్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. సో జస్ట్ ఆపోజిట్ టు యువర్ రిసీట్ వోచర్. రిసీట్ ఒక వోచర్, రిసీట్ వోచర్ ఒక ఆపోజిట్ ఇది. పేమెంట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ వెన్ క్యాష్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ద బిజినెస్. Payment voucher is used when check is issued to the vendor or a supplier. So vendor supplier అనే రెండు ఒకటే, vendor అన్న supplier అన్న ఒకటే. సో vendor supplier అంటే ఎవరు? నథింగ్ బట్ యువర్ క్రెడిటార్స్. అంటే మనం ఎవరి దగ్గర నుండి అయితే పర్చేస్ చేస్తున్నామో వాళ్ళని వెండర్ లేదా సప్లయర్ అని అంటాము. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఇస్ పేమెంట్ వోచర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ వెన్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ ఆర్ పేడ్ ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ క్యాష్ ఆర్ చెక్. ఓకేనా, సో మనం చూసుకున్నట్టయితే ఎలాగైతే రిసీట్ కి 3 టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇచ్చానో అలాగే జస్ట్ ఫర్ ఆపోజిట్ టు దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ పేమెంట్ వోచర్. అంటే సింపుల్ గా చెప్పాలంటే మన బిజినెస్ ఎప్పుడైతే క్యాష్ కానీ చెక్ కానీ బయటికి పోతుందో ఈ పేమెంట్ వోచర్ యూస్ చేస్తాం. వెన్ యూఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ ఎనీ అసెట్, ద క్యాష్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ ఆర్ చెక్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు రికార్డ్ ఇన్ పేమెంట్ వోచర్. Right, when you are paying salaries, when you are paying transportation, when you are paying for printing and stationery, that is also payment, right? Okay, అది కూడా పేమెంట్ టైపే కాబట్టి. సో the cash is going out or you may issue the check is also the cash is going out, cash is going out from the bank. So that is also treated as payment voucher. So these are the 3 types. Now see the third voucher type, that is contra voucher. Okay, what is this contra voucher is used? Contra voucher is used
classes on web technology. We have understood what is web technology and what are the benefits of going for web technology, what are the different languages and technologies we are going to learn in this web technology course. So we are mainly covering HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap and Angular. These are the main topics that we are going to look forward in this particular series of lessons. Exactly, we have started the HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is used to create elements in the web page. What is the meaning of elements? Any items in the web page are called as elements. Headings, paragraph, tables, forms, any item in the web page is called as elements. Yesterday we have seen headings, paragraph and text formatting tags, hyperlinks, list tags we have seen. And also today I want to mainly focus on forms development. Means different types of items in the forms, text boxes, check boxes, ready buttons, drop down list and other type of elements I want to create in the forms. So by the end of this particular course, you will be able to create a login form, registration form or any kind of data entry form to collect the data from user. Now let us try to understand forms development topic exactly. Forms development. To create forms, we have a set of tags in HTML. What are the set of tags? First we have input tag, form tag, text area tag, select tag, option tag, OPT group tag, label tag, button tag. These are the several tags, so many tags available in order to create the forms. Now let us try to understand each of these particular tags. Now first we have to take the form tag. Let's first take the form tag. If you take the form tag, it is used to specify the boundaries of the form. Specifies boundaries of the form. Means where the form begins, where the form ends, we can specify by using the form. For example, we can say this is the form and in this particular form, we can say this is the beginning point. How do we specify this is the beginning point? By using the form tag. By using the form tag, we can specify this is the beginning point and we can specify the ending point by using /form. So that means this is the starting point of the form, this is ending point of the form, and once the beginning point is given, inside the form we can place n number of form elements we can create. Text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, n number of forms, text boxes, buttons, check boxes, any number of form elements can be created inside the form. So to specify the form beginning point, we have to use form tag. In order to say a form closing tag, we have to use /form. So form begins, form ends here. That's all. Now after that, let's prepare the form particularly. I want to create a registration form. To create the registration form, what is exactly required? So first we require HTML head body is common for every HTML program. HTML head body tags are common. HTML head body. That means here the HTML program begins. Here the HTML program ends. Inside that head is non-content information. Body is content information. So inside the head we are trying to place title tag. Title. So in the title we are able to place some heading we can place. That heading appears inside the title bar of the browser. Now we can see title, for example, I am trying to prepare registration form. So this will be the title that is going to appear inside the title bar of the browser. Now we have to save the program. File menu save. We have to give the file name. We have to give the file name in this text box. I am giving registration.html because we are trying to prepare registration form. Then the location is C:HTML because we are practicing which folder? We are practicing which topic? HTML topic. So go to the folder C:HTML, save it. After that, inside the body, we are trying to place form. Here the form begins, here the form ends. Inside the form, we can place any number of form elements. For example, we can place text boxes, check boxes, ready buttons, etc. How to execute the program? Where we have saved it? In C drive. In C drive we have created a folder called HTML. There we have a file called registration.html. So once you open this particular file, double click on that particular file to open. Now we can see the output of the form. So in fact, whatever the text we have written here, this text is being displayed in the as it is in the browser. Now in this I would like to create some text boxes. To create the text boxes, we have to specify input type equal to text. Here input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So now we can see the text boxes. Only one text box, of course. So input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So we can see one text box. In the text box we can enter any number of characters, including alphabets, digits, special symbols, anything we can type in the text box. But it is the responsibility of the developer to specify what value should be entered, right? See, in this text box the user has to enter his name or email or phone number. We have to specify the details. So that's why we have to specify something like name. Now the user can clearly know that, okay, here the name should be entered. Now similarly, I want to create email and a phone number. Email and phone number. For email address, we can give input type equal to email. For phone number, we have to give input type equal to text only. Now you can see name, email and phone. Now, so in the first text box he can enter his name. In the second text box he can enter his email address. For example, ABC is his name, abc@gmail.com is his email, and phone number is something like this. Okay, so user has entered name, email and phone number, but I want to create a submit button in order to submit, in order to send the data to server. See, if you go to any website, for example, I am just opening Gmail website. In Gmail website, once after entering the first name, last name, username, all these details, the user must click on a button. What is a button? Next button. This next button is conceptually called as submit button. So how to create a submit button in the form? We have to use input type equal to submit. Input type equal to submit. Now you can see submit query, but I don't like this name submit query. I want to change this. Yes, you can change it by specifying value attribute. Value. In this value we can write anything. For example, register. Not only register, any button we can write. Register, login, OK, apply, save, any name we can specify. Whatever you have mentioned in the value, that will be as it is displayed as a button name here. So we have understood how to create a name and email and phone. But in the input type equal to name, we have a specific benefit. As we have mentioned input type equal to email, in case if the user has entered wrong email address, automatically it will display some message. Please enter an email address. It is displaying error message. Please enter the proper email address. It will check all the email address rules. What are the rules? For example, spaces not allowed, @ symbol should be there, ending with .com. All the email address rules and regulations will be checked by the input type equal to email automatically. Next, I want to accept only alphabets in this particular name text box. To specify that alphabets only, we have to use regular expressions by using placeholder. Now let us try to understand what is regular expression. Regular expression means the pattern, the format of the value. For example, alphabets only required, numbers only required, special characters only required. We can specify the certain format of the value by using regular expressions. So here I am just providing placeholder is equal to, pattern is equal to specify the beginning of the string, we have to keep the cap symbol. To specify ending of the string, we have to use $. Cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, $ specifies ending of the string. In between, in the square brackets, we have to specify what characters you want to accept. For example, I want to accept only alphabets. To accept only alphabets, we have to specify A to Z, which indicates the user must type only one character, that is of A to Z only, means only uppercase letter is accepted. So here I am just entering uppercase A, it's accepted. Uppercase B accepted. But I am typing lowercase a, it is not accepted. Indication it is displaying a red color shadow, plus when I click on submit button, the page is not refreshing, but it is showing a message like that, please match the required format. If you enter alphabet, uppercase alphabet, for example this one, it will submit, means indicating the page is refreshing. You can notice here the page refreshing. Here you can see I'm entering some uppercase alphabets. I click on button, you can see the page refreshing. But in case of if enter lowercase, it is not accepting and showing the red color border. So this is working. And also I want to accept unlimited number of characters, not only single character. Then we have to add star. Star indicates any number of characters, unlimited. So here I am just typing any number of uppercase letters, it will just accept. But at least one lowercase letter is present, it will be invalid. It is showing error message plus stop submission. And also I want to accept lowercase also. Then we have to add A to Z lowercase, A to Z lowercase. So uppercase also okay, lowercase also okay. Any number of characters okay. Now I am just typing combination of uppercase, lowercase, any number of characters, but I am typing at least one digit, it will be error. At least one special characters like hash or dollar, it is error. So only alphabets only allowed. So if I am giving space also, it is invalid because we are not mentioning space here. So that's why space is not accepted here. I want to accept space. To accept the space, we have to give space in the within the square brackets. Now three types of options allowed: uppercase, lowercase, and space also allowed, others not allowed. For the phone number, what is required? The first letter should be either 7, 8 or 9 and followed by 9 digits. So we have to specify pattern is equal to cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, dollar specifies ending of the string, and here we have to specify either 7, 8 or 9, means first digit should be either 7, 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. So first digit should be either 7 or 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. Backslash d of 9 means 9 digits. Totally how many characters? 10 characters, 10 digit mobile number. So I am typing 1, 2, 3, 4 for example. It is not accepting, showing me error. If I am typing some 987 like this, exactly 10 digits, it is accepted. If I type one digit extra by mistake, it will show error message. Okay, next, and I want to introduce the label tag. So the requirement of the label tag is, this is called label actually. Once we click on this particular label, cursor should automatically appear in the corresponding text box. In order to place the cursor in the text box, we have to convert this particular plain text as a label tag. How to convert? We have to first introduce the label tag. Inside the label tag, we have to place that particular text and we have to specify ID. ID means identification name, for example T1. So T1 is the identification name. Using T1, you are able to access the particular text box here. For equal to, how to access the text box? Based on the ID T1. So T5 text box here. So based on the ID T1, we are able to access that particular T1 here. That means this label is bound for this particular text box. As a result of that, there is no visible difference here, but if you click on the label now, cursor automatically appears in the text box. That is the reason in real-time applications it is recommended to do the label tag. Just a second, I am decreasing the font size. Okay, so it is recommended to do the label tag. Okay, so once we click on the label, the cursor automatically appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's convert the remaining also to label tag. First we have to place label tag. and we have to close it, and we have to give id equal to T2. Then here for T2, that means this text box id is T2 and this label is connected for the T2. As a result, when we click on the label, cursor appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's do the same process for phone number. Label for T3. I am giving T1, T2, T3. For example, we can give any other names. Okay, T3. And in this text box, I don't want to make this text box as empty. I want to display some watermark text. What do you mean by watermark text? See, inside the text box, we can see the text first name, right? Okay. Similarly, suppose in Facebook, here you can see first name, surname, mobile. So in a gray color, it has displayed some text inside the text box. Once we type something, it will automatically disappear. If it is empty, again it appears. So to create that, we have to use placeholder. Placeholder. So within the input tag, we can add placeholder is equal to name. We can type anything. So name. That will be displayed in the text box. Similarly, the email, placeholder equal to email. For that phone number, placeholder equal to phone number. So we can type anything for watermark text, name, email, phone number. So once we type something, automatically the placeholder will be disappear. If it is empty, only disappear. Right. And also I want to introduce the browse button attachment. So label for T4 I am trying to create, that is for attachment, input type equal to file. Input type equal to file, id is equal to T4. This is for attachment. To create the attachment, we require input type equal to file. See, have a look at once. Suppose in Gmail, Facebook, you are able to upload the files, right? You are able to upload the files, any documents, images, videos, anything you can upload in the many websites, not only in Gmail. So to upload the files, we require input type equal to file. Input type equal to file will create the browse button. So once we click on browse button, we are able to select any file here. For example, I am selecting some picture. Once we select the picture, that picture is visible here. I mean the picture name is visible, not the picture. And once we click on register, this file name will be submitted to server. On the server side, for example, by using Python or by using ASP.NET, we are able to read the file. Okay. Also, below we are trying to create a checkbox. Sometimes you will be having yes or no type of option. To display yes or no type of option, we have to use checkbox. I will give an example. Suppose, do you know Notepad? In Notepad, there is a simple option, that is match case. There is an option called match case option here. Match case option is like yes or no type of option. Do you want to match the case or not? So if you just click on that, okay, the checkbox is checked. If you click again, it will be unchecked. Match case, yes or no type, yes or no type. So it's like a question, do you want to match the case or not? If the user wants that match case option, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So checkbox is exactly used for displaying yes or no type of option. So for other example, remember me or keep me signed in. So this is also an option, like yes or no type of option. If the user wants to keep him signed in himself, then he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. For another example, like for example, user is opening a new bank account and do you want checkbook facility or not? It's an option. So if the user wants a checkbook facility, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So these are all the real examples of the checkbox. So in our example, I am trying to create receive newsletters. If the user wants to receive the newsletters, he will uncheck the checkbox. He will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So in order to add the checkbox here, we have to use input type equal to checkbox. Input type equal to checkbox. Now he can see the checkbox. Checkbox he can see. Now once he checked the checkbox, he means he wants to receive the newsletters. Otherwise he will uncheck the checkbox. Similarly, sometimes you would like to display yes or no type, a set of options. Option 1, option 2, option 3, n number of options are required for you. Out of n number of options, user must select any one option. In case if you want to display a set of options and allow the user to select any one of them, we have to use this radio button. Radio button is basically used to display a set of options, two or more options. Any one should be selected means he has to go for radio button. See, for example, gender male, female. Otherwise, payment status, payment completed or not received. Otherwise, payment mode, debit card, credit card, net banking or wallet. So any one of these options should be selected means he has to go for radio button. In order to create each radio button, we have to use input type equal to radio. By giving input type equal to radio, we can create any number of radio buttons. Okay, let's create the same in the program. Input type equal to radio. Suppose we have created 3 radio buttons or 4 radio buttons we have created. Now we can see 4 radio buttons, but the problem is by default all the radio buttons are by default selected. It's not correct, right? Out of few only one should be selected, right? So how do we group them? By using the name attribute. Name is equal to some name is required. For example, I am going to prepare like ABC. Same name must be provided for all the radio buttons. Same name. By providing the same name, we are able to group them. So among few, only one can be selected right now. We have given a same name, so automatically by giving the same name, these radio buttons are grouped up together. Among these 4, only one can be selected. In case if you have another group, for another group we can give a different name. Okay. Now next, after this, I am trying to place a meaningful option. For example, payment mode is option, and we have options like debit card, credit card, net banking and wallet. These are the 4 options we are trying to provide. So user can select any one, but here there is a small inconvenience. User must click on that particular circle, then only it is being selected. If you click on the particular text, for example, I click on the credit card text, the item is not selecting. See, because as of now technically there is no relation between the text and radio button. Text is separate, the radio button is separate, no connection between them. That's the reason if you click on the particular text credit card, the corresponding radio button is not being selected. How do we give the connection? We have to convert this text as a label by giving label tag. Then we can connect the same to the radio button easily. See, let's do it. So first we have to place label tag. In the label tag, we have to use a for attribute. For label for equal to some ID is required. For example, radio button 1 R1. R1 is for radio button. Same like this, we are going to prepare the other labels too. R2, R3, R for radio button I am giving, R4. Now out of these radio buttons, sorry, just a minute, here I must provide ID. Okay, ID must be there. ID is equal to R1, R2, R3, R4. So here the rule is, in the for attribute, what is the ID we have mentioned, same ID must be declared in the corresponding radio button. Okay, now we have given correctly. So we need not only click on the particular circle, we can now click on the text also. If you click anywhere in the text, the item is being selected, notice there. Okay. Then also, I want to accept some amount. In order to accept the amount value, since it is a numerical value, we have to give input type equal to number. Amount means a numerical value, right? So we have to give input type equal to number. Input type equal to number will accept only numbers. If I am typing alphabets and click on submit, it is displaying error. It is saying that please enter a number. So if I type any by mistake accidentally alphabets or any other symbols, it is not accepting. Only the pure numbers accepted. If I am typing only the pure number, it's accepted. And here there is no minimum maximum. If you click on decrease button, here it is decreasing like anything, and if you click on increase button, it is increasing like anything. There is no limit by default, but we are able to specify the limit. I mean the minimum and maximum value we are able to specify. For example, as per the site requirement, minimum you want to accept 0, maximum 10,000. So we can specify the minimum and maximum explicitly. Suppose minimum 0, maximum 10,000. So this particular range only we can accept. Now you can have a look at once. So I just say 0, minimum 0. I mean I'm clicking on the decrease button, it is not decreasing anymore. In case if you are typing manually, suppose negative value if you are typed, it is displaying a message saying that please enter the value that is no less than 0. It is showing error message. And if you type more than 10,000, something like this, it will show error message saying that please enter a value that is no more than 10,000. So, and there is a problem here. Suppose user wants to enter 9,500 really with the mouse. He is clicking on up button. How much incrementing at a time? Only one incrementing at a time each time. So in order to reach 9,500 like this, so it will take a long time. Check it. It is incrementing very slowly. In order to reach 9,500, it is very slow. So in order to overcome this problem, we have an attribute called step attribute. If you mention step equal to, for example, 100, so each time it will increment by 100. So every single time when we click on increment button, 100 will be incremented. Then it will be very easy to reach the 9,500 as expected. Okay. So that's why it is recommended to provide a step in case of large values. And if you click on submit button, the values must be submitted to server. In order to submit the values, compulsory every element, every radio button or checkbox, every file button or text box must be having the name. If you don't have provided a name, that value will not be submitted to server. See, for example, in the first text box I am providing name is equal to some name, for example the student name. So in this place we can give any name, but similarly for all the text boxes, for all the other elements also we have to provide the name. What is the benefit of providing the name? With that name only the value will be submitted to server. So I am just adding the name for all the radio buttons for every input tag, and name is not required for label tag. Name is required only for input tag in all the flavors of input tag. For example, here newsletters, here value also we have to provide, for example yes. So in case if this checkbox is selected, then only this newsletters equal to yes will be submitted, otherwise not. And also for this radio buttons, already we have given name. Let's make it as payment mode is a name. Try to provide the meaningful names for the name attribute. And also we have to provide the value. For example, here value is debit card. Here the value credit card. Here net banking. And here the value is wallet. Right. So we have provided the name. Even here name is equal to amount. So what is the benefit of providing the name? I will show practically. Suppose my name is Scott. Email scott@gmail.com. Phone number something. And selecting some picture. Also selecting the receive newsletters and credit card. Some amount. Now after entering some details, I click on submit button. So it is automatically sending the data to server. For your readability purpose, I am just copying this and pasting somewhere in the notepad. Okay, now we can just verify here. So you can notice exactly this part. So this part includes the actual values that are being submitted to server. Here student name is a name, Scott is a value. Where we have given the name is given by the developer here. Value is given by the user here. So names are always given by developers, values are always given by users. So similarly, email is a name, Scott is a value. Okay, phone number is a name, this is the value, like this, and so on. So that's why in order to submit, compulsory you require to specify the name. Name is required. Okay, now let's add some more number of things. I want to add the drop down list. To create the drop down list, we have to specify, suppose country, we require select. We have to use select tag in order to create the drop down list. Inside the select tag, that means inside the drop down list, we can place any number of items. Every item inside the drop down list must be represented as option tag. So we have to use option tag. To specify the options, we have to use option tag. What are the options of the country? Any country names, for example India, any other country names we are able to specify. I am just adding some of the country names. Okay, a list of countries I am trying to provide. Okay. Now here we are able to choose any one of the list of countries. Okay. Now we are able to choose anyone. For example, I am selecting United States of America. So I just click on the submit button. Now this value is being submitted to server. Now we can notice. Sorry, so we forgot to specify the name. Name is must. For example, I am selecting country. Name is equal to country. So I am just selecting China. Click on submit. Copy the value and verify here. Now you can see country is equal to China is submitted. So what values we have been submitting there, that values are being submitting to server, sending to server. Okay. Now I want to allow the user to select multiple options. To allow the user to select multiple options, we have to add an attribute called multiple equal to multiple. Multiple is equal to multiple. This will allow the user to choose multiple items at a time. So multiple equal to multiple. So this is allowing you to choose multiple options. So I am selecting more than one option by clicking on control click. By using control click, you are able to choose multiple options. Now we can choose, now you can see all the countries, whatever selected is being submitted to server. Okay. So in order to cross verify, to create the text box we have to use input type equal to text. To create the email text box we have to use input type equal to email. In order to accept that phone number, we have to give input type equal to text, but we have to specify the pattern to accept the pattern value. Similarly, for accepting the file browse button input type equal to file, to accept the checkbox we have to give input type equal to checkbox for displaying yes or no type of option. And among few, only one option should be selected means we have to use radio button. And to accept the numbers we have to give input type equal to number. And among few, only one option should be selected means drop down list, that is select tag. Like this, in HTML we have several types of form elements such as name, text box, password text box, checkbox, ready button, drop down list. Like this, several types of elements can be created. By using the form tags, we are able to create the several types of element. What we have created, the form tag is used to create the form element. Input tag is used to create several types of elements: text boxes, check boxes, radio button, drop down list, submit button, anything. Many types of form elements are created by using input tag. But did you notice one difference? Form is a paired tag, input is unpaired tag. That is the reason form tag should be having opening plus closing tag also, but input tag should not be having closing tag, because input is an unpaired tag. Unpaired tags should always contain the single tag. The same itself is opening come closing. Similarly, we also have other tags like a text area tag to create the multi-line text box. To create the multi-line text box, text area tag is required. For example, you want to accept the description or comments or any multiple lines of notes kind of text you want to accept. For accepting multiple lines of text, we have to use text area. Okay. So, this type of text area and other type of elements we will see in the next lesson. Thank you. Good afternoon, students, and in this today's lesson we will see the remaining input types. In the input tag we have different types of options available. Earlier in the previous lessons we have already seen the text, password, checkbox, radio button, submit button, several types of input types already we have seen, and HTML supports some newly introduced input types also. So, those remaining input types we are trying to understand in this today's lesson. Now, let us try to start. So, what are the new input types of HTML? Let us try to understand. First, we have text. It is used to accept a text box. If you want to create a text box, we have to use input type equal to text. Input type equal to text is used to create a new text box, which is used to accept some text information. And also we have password, which is used to create a password text box. And also we have checkbox. If you want to display yes or no type of option, we have to use checkbox. Yes or no type of option. Also we have radio to display a set of options to user and allow the user to display any one of them, to select any one of them. For example, you want to allow the user to select any one payment mode out of 3 options: debit card, credit card, net banking. Any one should be selected. In this case, we have to use radio button. And also we have file. In order to create a file browse button. And to create submit button, we have to use input type equal to submit. The submit button is used to submit or send the data to server. And also we have reset button in order to clear the text box values. To clear all the text box values, we have to use reset button. Similarly, we have color to accept a color, to select the color. For example, I want to display the list of colors and allow the user to choose a particular color, and I want to apply that color as a background color for the web page. In this case, we have to use color option. Similarly, we have date to allow the user to choose a date. For example, date of journey or a date of joining or a date of leaving. To allow the user to select a date, we have to use date selection. We have to use input type equal to date. To allow the user to choose the time, we have to use input type equal to time. And similarly, if you want to accept a number, we have to use input type equal to number. To accept a numerical value, we have to use input type equal to number. Same like this, to accept email address we have to use input type equal to email. Okay, these are some of the important input types available in input tag. So I want to demonstrate all these input types inside one HTML program, and moreover I would like to place the label and text box in a separate table. Means I want to take a table like this, and in this particular table I would like to prepare some rows. We have a table with some rows, and in every row I want to place some two cells. Two cells we are going to place in every row, and in the first cell I want to place label. In the second cell I want to place the text box. Similarly, in all the remaining cells I want to place labels. Here I want to place the text box, even below rows also. So once you create the table, what is the benefit for you? You will be able to get the complete real-time look and feel. That means the proper alignment you will get. So in order to align the text boxes properly, it is recommended to place them inside the table tag. Now first we have to learn how to create the tables. To create the tables, what is required is table tags required. What are the table tags required for us? To create the table, we require the table tag represents the entire table. TR represents a table row. TD represents table cell. To represent the complete table, we have table tag. To represent a row inside the table, we have to use TR. To represent a cell inside the row, we have to use TD. So table, TR, TD, three cells we have available. Three tags we have. So for example, this entire table is going to be represented as table tag, and only this particular row represented as TR tag. In this TR, only this specific cell is represented as TD tag. Okay, whole table is table tag, a single row is a TR, and a single cell is a TD tag. TR stands for table row, TD stands for table cell. So in real-time applications, in many places we have to use tables. For example, I want to display the student mark sheet. What are the contents of the student mark sheet? Student roll number, student name, and corresponding subject code, subject name, marks, grade, all these details I want to display. So the student mark sheet is an example of table. Similarly, I want to display the bank transactions, date, the transaction description, the debit amount, credit amount, and the balance. Similarly, I want to display the election results or cricket scoreboard, or any other tabular information can be displayed by using table tags. In order to create the table tags, what are the tags available for us? Three tags available: table, TR, TD, mainly three tags. The table tag represents the complete table, whole table, and a TR tag is representing the particular row, a single row represented as TR tag, and a specific TD is representing the table cell. Okay, these are the 3 points that we have to understand. Now let us see how to create the table, and then we will integrate the form inside the table. Previously we have created a form in the last lesson. Now we are going to create a table. Now we are going to merge both the form and the table also. Now let us try to understand the program. Okay, so here first we have to create a table. First HTML program begins. HTML program ends. Inside the HTML we have to place head and body. Now let's save this table.html. Where we have to save this? In C:\HTML folder we have to save it. Okay, we have created table.html. and then heading is table. In order to execute it, go to the particular folder, double click on the file to run. Now we can see just the table, just a name like table is displayed. But in this particular thing, I want to display the table really. So we have to place the table tag. Only by placing table tag there is no any meaningful output. Inside the table we have to specify some rows. Tr, this is one row, again another row, again another row, and number of rows can be created like this, but still there is no output as we have to place the cells inside the table row. I want to place 2 cells in each row, so for example 1 and 2. So now we can see 1 and 2. But is it look like a table really? No, it doesn't look like a table. We have to convert this particular table into a bordered table. How to display the border for the table? We have to give table border is equal to 1. When we have specified border equal to 1, now the borders will be added for the table. Now we can see the table with border. Okay. Now let's add some more cells in the remaining 2 rows also. Okay, we have created 3 rows with respect to cells. In every row we have 2 cells. For example, in this particular row we have cell number 1 and cell number 2. I told you already the tr tag is representing the row, the td tag representing the single cell. Okay, here I would like to place 3 and 4, 5, 6. That's all. So as per this particular program, the expected output is like this. So behalf of this particular tr tag, okay, as a result you will get one row. In this particular row there are 2 cells. In the first cell we can see 1. The second cell we can see 2. Similarly, behalf of this particular tr, a row, another row you can expect. And in this particular row again we have 2 cells. In the first cell we have 3, in the second cell we have 4, and the same way 5 and 6 also we can assume. So every row represented as tr, every cell represented as a td inside it. So in this program now we can see a simple table with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I would like to convert this particular basic table into the form. I want to place a real-time registration form, suppose a student registration form for the university. So first I want to place a form tag. Inside the form tag we have to place the table tag. Now the table is a part of the form. Inside the form tag we have table tag. Now inside this particular table, in this particular cell exactly, I want to place a label. To specify the label we have to use label tag. Let me place in the next line. Okay, so here exactly we are ready to place a label. So label for T1 indicates ID of the text box. So name you want to accept. So the first TD is complete. Now coming to the second TD, here we are going to place the actual text box. To place actual text box we have to use input type equal to text. Input type equal to text will allow you to accept the name. Now we can see the name, and in the next row I am going to place another TD. In the second TD we are going to place another label, that is T2 email. To accept the email address we are going to place input type equal to email. Okay, here in this second TD I am going to place the input type equal to email. For this, what is the ID is required? For the first one ID is T1, second one ID is equal to T2. Okay. So we have created two rows. Now you can see both text boxes are neatly aligned. Okay, now we can see the next one. I want to place amount field I would like to place. So to place the amount, we have to place another label for T3 amount we are going to place. How to accept the amount? Since amount means a numerical field, we have to use input type equal to number. So for this we have to use input type equal to number. ID is equal to T3. T for text box. Instead of T1, T2, T3, we can give any other names. Okay, let's close this TR. Even this one. Now like this we have created, but the benefit of using the table here is once we have removed this particular border, now you can notice the text boxes are neatly aligned. Previously, yesterday also we have created the similar kind of form, but the difference is the alignment was not good as we have not used any table. In case if you want to bring the neat alignment for the text boxes, we have to place the form inside the table. So have a look at once. First we have to place the form. Inside the form we have to use table. Inside the table we have to use rows. The first row contains two cells. The first cell contains the label, second cell contains the text box. Second row. In the second row, first cell contains the email label, second cell contains the email text box. Third row. Third row contains, first cell contains the amount label, second cell contains the number text box. And you can say in the same we can repeat remaining. Now you can also place the reset button and submit button. The purpose of reset button is to clear the text box values. We have to use reset button. Let's add the reset button. First a TR. In the first TD I am going to place reset button. Input type equal to reset. Once we have placed the input type equal to reset, we are getting a reset button here. So once we click on reset button, what happens is all the values that we have entered in the respective text boxes will be automatically clear. See, the text boxes are clear once we click on reset button. And also we have another type of button, that is input type equal to submit. Input type equal to submit is used to submit the form. Submit. If you want to submit the form to the server, we have to use submit. Generally, to where we submit. So generally speaking, in every form, submit button is common. For example, below the login form, we have to display login, that is submit button. Below the registration form, we have to display registered submit button. Below every form, submit button is common. Once the user clicks on submit button, what of the values that are entered in the text boxes and maybe check boxes or radio buttons too, all these values will be sent to the server. On the server side, some other program is going to execute. That type of program is called as server side program. Server side program will receive the values and will insert the same into database. The server-side programs generally developed based on server-side programming languages such as Java, PHP or Python or Node.js, etc. But here we are not going to create any Python or .NET program. Here we are going to create a submit button in order to submit the data to server. Okay. To create the submit button, we are going to use input type equal to submit. But there is a disadvantage in the input type equal to submit, that is, it will not allow any images. Suppose I want to place an image as a submit button. To display the image as a submit button, alternatively we have to use button tag. Actually, for not only for image, if you want to place text or image or sometimes both, for any case the button tag will be helpful for you in order to display the any text or image as a submit button. We have to use button tag. So always, instead of using input type equal to submit, button tag is however recommended in real-time projects. Now let us see how to work with the button tag. Here we are going to place the button tag. Inside the button tag also we can place any text, for example register. We can place any text here. So that is going to be appear. But instead of this plain text like a register, I want to display an image as a submit button. To display the image, we have to use img tag here. First, let me copy paste the image. So I am just having some sample images first. Okay, here we have an image called ok.png. I want to use this image as a submit button. So first we have to copy this particular image and paste here. So what is the file name? We have ok.png. Now I want to display the ok.png inside the button. So here what tag we have to use to display image? img tag, img src equal to the ok.png. Now inside the button we can notice the image is there, text is there, both can be displayed. To go to next line we are using br. Actually the basic point is the button tag is a container. Inside the button tag we can place any content including image or text or else any other HTML tag we can place inside the button tag. Now we can just refresh and execute. Now it is displaying the image and text, but image size is a bit large image. However, we can reduce the size by using width that is equal to, for example, we are providing 20 pixels. Now we can notice the image width is reduced. We can even decrease more, for example 15 pixels. Okay, that could be enough. So in order to display the image plus text, we have to use button tag. Only for image also we can use, only for text also we can use the button tag. And when we click on this button, this particular data values will be submitted to server. In order to submit the values, compulsory we have to provide the name attribute. So for all these fields we have to add the name attribute. For example, name is equal to person name. Here also name is equal to email. Here name is equal to amount. What is the benefit of providing the name? The names only will be submitted to server when we click on submit button. For example, I am entering abc at gmail.com 1000. Once we have entered these values and click on submit, we can hello. Okay, now we can see the values are being submitted. So person name is equal to abc, email equal to abc at gmail.com. Here person name is a name, abc is a value. Okay. So as we want to submit the data to server, we have to use names and values. Okay. Also, let us create a search box. To create the search box, we have to use input type equal to search. Generally, at the top of the form, we have to use search box. Suppose below the heading, I am going to create search box. Input type equal to search. Now we can see the search. Also, in order to place the text inside the search box, we have to use placeholder. Placeholder is equal to search. Now, the placeholder is displayed here. Now, the benefit of search box is, if you open the same page in Chrome, for example, open with Chrome. After typing some text in the search box, automatically if you notice here in the right hand side, we can see into mark in order to clear the text box. See, if once you click on this, the text box will be clear. Okay, in case of search box, automatically we are getting the clear button to clear the text box value. Okay. And when we open the page, in which text box the cursor is appear? By default, the cursor is not appear anywhere. Now I want to place the cursor directly inside the name text box. In order to place the cursor inside the name text box, what exactly we have to use? For the name text box, we have to use autofocus is equal to autofocus. By placing an attribute called autofocus is equal to autofocus, now we can notice when you open the page, by default the cursor is appear in the name text box. Why it is appear in the name text box only? Because for that particular text box we have given autofocus is equal to autofocus. In other words, for which text box you want to place the cursor by default, for that particular text box only we have to give autofocus equal to autofocus. Next, so for this amount value, I want to specify some default value. To specify the default value, we have to use value attribute. To specify the default value, we have to use value attribute. For example, I am saying 1000. 1000 is default value. So when you open the page itself, by default, automatically it is showing 1000. And I don't want to allow the user to modify the value. To disable modification, we have to add an attribute called disabled equal to disabled. Once we have given disabled equal to disabled, then that particular text box value becomes disabled. Now the user is no longer able to modify the value. I am just increasing or decreasing. I am trying to type something. We are unable to type anything in the amount text box because it is completely disabled. Okay, now I want to place a drop down list inside the form. How to create the drop down list? We can create the drop down list by using Selector tag. Okay, let's place, for example, a row. I want to place a set of options like payment mode. Under payment mode, we have three options: debit card, credit card, net banking. I want to place these three options as a drop down list. When the user clicks on this particular drop down list, then only these three options should be appear, not directly like this. So how to create as a drop down list? First we have to place a select tag. By placing the select tag, we can see a drop down list is appear. Inside the drop down list, I am going to place the option tags. For every item we have to place one option tag. How many options we have? 3 options. So we have to place 3 option tags. For one option tag we have to use. As we have 3 options, we have to place 3 option tags. Okay, so 3 options tags we have created. Out of these 3, any one can be selected by user. So we have given 3 option tags. I just open this. See, by default we can see 3 options and user can select any one of these options. So to create the radio button, to create the drop down list, we have to use select tag, and for this select tag also it is required to give name is equal to payment mode. So the benefit of giving the name is the selected value will be submitted to server. You can notice, for example, I am selecting credit card. After selecting credit card, after click on submit button, we can notice the payment mode also will be submitted to server. We can notice in the notepad, payment mode also will be submitted automatically to server. Okay, I want to create a multi-line text box where the user can enter multiple lines. For example, comments. Okay, how to create such that we have to place, first let's place one row, comments. So if you are placing input type equal to text, the problem is we are accepting only single line of comments, but I want to accept multiple lines of comments. To accept the multiple lines of comments, we have to use text area tag. Once we have placed a text area tag, we are able to see multiple lines of comments. So user can type multiple lines of text. To accept the multiple lines of text, we have to use text area tag. Okay, now I want to place all these things, all these fields inside a box. I want to visualize a box like this. In order to place them inside a box, we have to place field set. So at the beginning of the form, I have just added a field set. Inside the field set only, I am going to place all this table. I just cut this particular table and paste it inside the field set. Now you can notice the program very clearly. First we have a form. Inside the form we have a field set. Inside the field set we have a table. All these tr, td tags are now inside the table. So after completion of all the rows together, finally we have closed the field set. After closing the field set, then finally we have to close the form. The benefit of field set is we can see a box surrounding the form, so that it will be understandable for the developer, for the users. And we can also display some heading for the field set. To specify the heading, we have to add legend tag. The legend tag is used to specify the heading for the field set. I am just using legend, for example, personal details. So this will be the heading for the field set. Now we can notice the heading personal details displayed as a field set. So to display the group, in order to group up the text boxes and to display the heading, we have to use field set. What is the structure we have to follow? Check it. First we have to place the body. Inside the body we have to place form. Inside the form we have to place field set. Inside the field set legend, and then followed by a table, and inside the table n number of tiers. First tier name, second tier email, third tier amount, next tier payment mode, again next tier comments. We can place any number of tier tags. So finally we have to close the table, then we have to close the field set, then we have to close the form. Finally body tag close. So this is how we are going to create. Right. Next, I want to specify the maximum number of characters that you want to accept inside the text box. By default, in a text box, we can type any number of characters. There is no limit. To specify the number of characters inside the text box, we have to specify max length is equal to some number of characters, for example 30, which means that only 30 characters are allowed maximum. Only 30 characters. So I am typing more than 30 here. It's not placing anymore. I am typing here, it's not placing because we have given a limit of 30, so it will accept up to 30 characters. And also, in order to make the text boxes mandatory, compulsory to enter, we can add required equal to required. If you mention required equal to required, then it is must to enter the value, it cannot be blank. So we have just added required equal to required for the name text box. So that particular text box is mandatory. So if you don't enter the name, it will show error message like this. Similarly, if you want, you can also add the required attribute for all the remaining tags also, including for email, payment mode, comments, everything. Okay, now I want to let you know how to create option groups. What is the meaning of option group? Option groups are used to divide the options into multiple categories. For example, assume we have a list of banks, and out of the n number of banks, hundreds of banks, I want to display the group of banks. For example, I want to display like this, top banks. Under top banks, I want to display the popular banks like SBI, ICICI, etc. Under other banks, I want to display the remaining banks. So the most important banks I want to display in one category, that is called one option group. Remaining banks I want to display in other category, so that is other option group. So in order to group up the option tags, we have to use OPT group tag. This is one option group, this is another option group. Okay, right, now let's place it. So just here I'm just adding a new tr. Here I am going to place bank, and now we are going to place a select tag. What are the list of banks? I am going to place the list of banks like State Bank of India, and some other different banks I am trying to place with the different option tags. ICICI Bank, okay, HDFC Bank, Bank of India, Indian Overseas Bank. Like this, I have just placed a different set of banks. Now I want to display all these banks in a categorized format instead of in a plain format. So I want to group up the first 3 banks as one group, and I want to place the remaining into other group. So how do we group them? We have to place them inside the respective option group tag. So first, in order to do so, first we have to place OPT group label is equal to some heading is required. For example, we are going to place it inside top banks. Under top banks, we are displaying all these banks. All these first 3 banks are now inside the top banks category. All remaining banks are under other category. For example, OPT group, again, label is equal to, the label is other banks. So inside the other banks, we are going to place the option tags. Now the concept is very clear. Just very simple, just we have to place the select tag. Inside the select tag, we have to place the first option group, then we have to place the second option group. The first option group has a heading that is top banks. So here in the output, under top banks, these banks are being displayed: SBI, ICICI and HDFC. And coming to the second option group, that is other banks. Under the other banks, you want to display the remaining banks like Andhra Bank, Bank of India and so on. So now it will be very easy to understand for the user point of view. So if you have too many number of options, it is recommended to use the option group. Okay, so we have been seen from the last 2 days, yesterday and today, mainly we have seen different types of form elements like input tag, text area, selector, option, OPT group, label, button, different types of form tags. All these are used to create different types of forms for different purposes, like a login form, registration form, change password form, different types of forms we can try to display. So, and also we have different types of other HTML tags. For example, we have list tags, table tags, and also we have different types of tags, audio tag, video tag, etc. So, we are going to see the remaining set of HTML tags in the further lessons. So, but in the HTML, one point we have to keep in mind, the HTML only meant for creating elements. If you are expecting how to apply the colors, styles, like how to beautify the elements, we cannot do that by using HTML. All the styling part come under the CSS. We have to use CSS wherever required, then only you can make the web page beautiful and attractive. Thank you. Good afternoon, students, and in this lesson we are going to see some remaining HTML tags. So, whichever the tags we have not completed in the previous lessons, those tags we are trying to understand in this today's lesson. For example, yesterday we have seen the table tags. So, in the table we have created tr, td only, but caption and th tags are not completed in the table tags. So, those tags we are trying to cover today, and also we are trying to understand call span, row span attribute, and ABBR tag, BDO tag. This type of tags we are trying to understand today. By today's lesson, the HTML will be completed, and the next lesson onwards we will understand CSS. Okay, now let us start. So, in order to create the table, what are the set of tags available? Actually, 5 tags are available. The first one, table, next caption, tr, td, th. 5 tags are available to create the tables: table, caption, tr, th, td. To represent the complete table, we have to use table tag. To specify the title of the particular table, we have to use caption. And in order to represent a row, we have to use tr. In order to represent a normal cell, td, heading cell, th. 5 tags we have to use. The complete table is represented as table tag. A row is represented as tr tag. A cell, a normal cell represented as td. A heading cell, header cell represented as th, and a table title is entirely represented as caption tag. So, 5 tags are totally available to create the table tags. Now, let us see all these things with an example. Let us take, suppose in some college there are some students. I want to prepare the students list, the student roll number, student name, and corresponding marks I want to provide. So, here what are the heading columns here? Student roll number, student name, marks are the column headings or header cells. For the header cells we have to use th, and the actual data cells we have to use td. th also a cell, td also cell. The difference between th and td is th is equal to td plus bold plus center. th is equal to td plus bold plus center. td means a cell, normal cell is there. Inside that you want to display the content center, and you want to make it, I want to bold it. So, to apply the bold plus center we require the th tag. Now, let us see the table example in a practical program. So, let us check it here. First, I will tell the requirement very clearly. I want to create a table like this. In this particular table, we are trying to prepare some column headings, roll number, name, and marks. Column headings are roll number, name, name of the student, and marks. These are the column headings, and suppose roll number is 1, name is Scott, marks are 80. This is one student details, second student details, third student details. Like this, totally we have 4 rows available, 1, 2, 3, 4. The names are Smith, Allen, Jones. The marks are 75, 25 and 92. These are the list of students, and for this table I want to keep some column heading. In order to keep the column heading, we have to use caption tag. What is the main heading? Student 2018. So in this example, for this entire table we have to represent the table tag, and only for this caption we have to use caption tag. For the each row we have to use tr tag. For each row we have to use tr tag like this, every row represented as tr tag. And column headings we have to use th tags. Column headings are th tags, and actual cells are td tags. Normal cells are td tags. So in this way we have to use all the tags. Let's try to prepare this practically with the program. Now let us create a new file. We have to save the file. File name is table.html. We have to save it in which location? C:\html location. Now let us create the HTML header, all these basic syntax. So first we have HTML header, title and body, table. Okay, so we have prepared a simple thing. Now let me execute this program. How do we execute? Go to the particular folder, double click on the file. Once we double click, it will show the output in the browser. Now we can see the table is displayed. Right. Now I want to prepare a table. How to create the table? By using table. Here the table tag is specified, table tag started, here the table tag is ended. Inside the table, the caption can be specified. Caption is the main title of the table. What is the caption here? Students 2018 is a caption. So now we can see the caption is displayed Students 2018. And then here below I want to display the actual rows. To create the row we have to use tr. How many rows we want as per this example? 5 rows you want, including the header row, 5 rows, check it. So for creating 5 rows we have to create 5 trs. So I have already created one tr. Like that we can just create totally 5 trs. 5 rows we have created. Still there is no any difference in the output. Inside the tr we have to place td tag, td. So in the td we have to use some content, for example roll number, next student name, next marks. So if you are using td tags, presently it is like this. Now we can notice just normal data cells are displayed. I want to convert this as a header cells, heading cells. I want to apply bold plus center. Then we have to add th tag instead of td tag. Once we have converted the th, now we can see the bold is applied for the header rows. To create the border we have to add an attribute called border is equal to 1. Actually the border attribute is having two options, either 0 or 1. 0 means no border, 1 means with border. Default is 0. Now we can see the table is having a header row with the roll number, name and marks. Let's add few more cells. In the second row, we are trying to add the TD. The second row is represented as this one, and in this row, the first cell should be having 1, the second cell should be having Scott, third cell should be having A0. So in this case, 1, Scott, and A0. Now we can see the output. The cells are displayed like this. And also we can just continue. We can add the same type of rows in every same type of cells in every row. So, but the data is different. So 2 Smith and 75. Now save and refresh. Now we are getting the roll number, name and marks like this. Next. Like this we can repeat as many rows as you wish. What are they? 3 ln 25. 3 ln 25. And another row, again TD, this time 4. Jones and 92. Okay, now we can show this. Now we can see the table. So this is how to prepare the table. Now in this example, we have used all the tags. We have used a table tag to specify the beginning and ending point of the table. We have used a caption to display title of the table. We have used a tier to create the rows. We have used a th to display the column headings. We have used a td to represent normal cells. And finally, we have used a caption to display the table title. So all tags we have used. So now I want to explain about the call span and a row span. Now let us try to understand here. Call span and a row span. In the TD or a TH, two important attributes available, call span and a row span. What is the purpose of the call span? Call span means horizontally you want to merge the cells. When you want to merge the cells horizontally, we have to use call span. When you want to merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. Cell number 1, cell number 2, cell number 3. 3 cells are there. You want to merge them. You want to make them as a common cell, a individual cell. In order to merge the cells, in order to combine the cells, we have to use call span. Horizontally you want to merge, call span. Vertically you want to merge, row span. Let's take an example for this. My goal is I want to take another program, another table program. In this example, we are trying to prepare one simple task, that is, first we have name and here phone, and under the phone we have 3 options. Okay, home, office, mobile. 3 types of phone numbers we are accepting. For example, home phone number is 123, office phone number 456, mobile phone number is 789. So I want to display 3 phone numbers like this, and in this big cell I want to display the actual name. Scott is a person name. So if you can notice this example, here there is a necessity of using call span and a row span also. Notice carefully. Here actually there could be one cell and another cell, another cell. 3 cells could be there here, right? But all these 3 I want to merge as a single cell. So we are merging the cells horizontally. Horizontal direction you want to merge the cells. To merge the cells horizontally, we have to use call span. Okay, leave it. But in this case, cell number 1, cell number 2. Vertically you want to merge the cells. In vertical direction you want to merge the cells. Vertical merging is row span. For the Scott cell we have to use row span. For the phone cell we have to use call span. So both we have to use in the same program. Okay, let's check it. Let's prepare a new example of table. File name is callspan and rowspan.html. Okay, this table tag is not required. First I am going to create a table. So presently there is just an empty table, no rows, no columns inside it. Inside the table I want to place, how many rows are required? 3 rows are required. Notice carefully, row number 1, row number 2, row number 3. 3 rows are required for us. 3 rows. So as I want to place 3 rows, we have to create 3 tr tags. Row number 1, row number 2, row number 3. 3 rows we have created. And also I want to display the borders, so we can display the borders by using border equal to 1. We have added borders. Still there is no any output particularly, because we have to add some TD and we have to place some content inside it. So now carefully observe, as per the first row, how many cells are required? 2 cells are required. Name and phone, 2 cells only required. So those are column headings too. That's why I am adding th name, th phone, that's all. 2 rows enough. For the first row, 2 cells enough. And in the second row, you would like to place 3 cells, Scott. Notice this Scott also to be taken under the same cell, like this. So we have to consider Scott, home, office, mobile. A row with 4 cells. So a row with 4 cells we have to create. In the second row, we are trying to place 4 cells. 4 cells we have placed. In this row, the first cell should have the content Scott. So we can place Scott, and next home, and again next office, and then mobile. Okay, next after that we are going to place actual 4 numbers, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here only 3 cells are required in this row. These cells already merged with the above cell, so this cell need not be considered. Only should have 3 cells, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9 respectively. So we have to place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9. Right. So we have created the 3 cells. But is it actually what we expected here? No, it is a wrong output. I want to convert this into meaningful output. First point is I want to apply the row span against this particular Scott. This Scott vertically has to occupy the space of 2 cells. These 2 cells should be merged into single cell. How many cells you want to merge? 2 cells. Horizontally or vertically? Vertically. So as you want to merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. So go to the particular name, that is Scott. For this we have to use row span is equal to 2. Now we can notice row span mean vertically merging. And for the phone number, I want to merge these three cells. I mean here cell number 1, cell number 2, cell number 3. These 3 cells you want to merge as a single cell. Then go to the phone number. There we have to add call span is equal to how many cells you want to merge? 3 cells you want to merge. So 3. Here 3 or 2 are representing number of cells to be merged. That's all. Now it is as we expected. So to merge the cells horizontally like this, we use call span. To merge the cells vertically, we have to use row span. So we have understood the row span and call span respectively. Okay. Next, let us see for the next level of tags, that is ABBR tag, BDO tag also I am trying to provide. Sometimes you want to display abbreviation. We have a short form and full form. We will display short form to the user. When the user places mouse pointer on the short form, I want to display the full form as a tooltip. For example, I want to display the short form USA in the web page. I just place the mouse pointer on the USA, then it has to display the full form United States of America as a full form. To do like that, we have to use ABBR tag. The ABBR tag is used to display full form automatically when you place the mouse pointer on the short form. It can be any example, for example USA. ABBR is a paired tag. It has an attribute called title attribute. The title attribute specifies the title of the, what you can say, the full form of the short form. Let's check the example now. ABBR tag. Okay, we have a simple program for ABBR tag. So I want to display the text USA. So my requirement is whenever the user places mouse pointer on the USA, I want to display the small tooltip like this as United States of America. How to do so? In order to add the full form, we have to place placeholder. ABBR tag. So ABBR tag will add the full form, but are you getting the full form directly now? No, we are not getting any full form even though we have placed the mouse pointer on that. In order to add the full form, we have to use an attribute called title attribute. Don't expect the system has to provide the full form. We have to provide the full form to the system. So United States of America. Which is the full form we have, that we have to provide here. Here technically speaking, ABBR is a tag, title is an attribute, United States of America is a value of title attribute. And we can see if you place the mouse pointer on the USA, it is displaying the full form as tooltip. So of course both we are writing short form and full form, both we have to specify, but the system duty is that when you place the mouse pointer on that, the full form will be automatically shown. So this is how to use the ABBR tag. Next, let us try to understand BDO tag. The purpose of BDO tag is to display the text in right to left order. To display the text in right to left order, we have to use BDO tag. From right to left. You want to start the text from the right side towards left. You want to go towards left. For example, you want to display some Arabic language content, which the content starts from the right towards left. So to display the content right to left, we have to use BDO tag. BDO stands for Bi-Directional Override. Inside that we have two options, Ltr and Rtl. Ltr means left to right. Rtl means right to left. To display the text in left to right order, like normally we write, we have to specify Ltr. Of course, it's default, no need of specifying particularly, but Rtl sometimes will be useful. For example, you want to display Arabic language. So to display right to left, we have to use Rtl option. Okay, let's check the same in the program. So BDO.html I am going to create. The program name is BDO. Just I am going to place some content, for example, hello world. By default, the text is being displayed right to left order, means in this direction. Start from the left going towards right. But I want to display the text in reverse order, right to left. In this case, we have to add BDO tag. place this content inside BDO and add dir is equal to RTL. Actually, the default option is Ltr, which means left to right, and which is default. No need of specifying this particularly, but the option is RTL. Once we have placed RTL, automatically the text will be displayed in right to left order. Now we have to read like this. It is hello, 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 world, hello world. We have to read in this direction, right to left direction, but not from left to right. So only for right to left we have to use BDO. Generally in real-time applications it is very rare to use this type of tags. Okay, the next tag that we have, HTML entities. HTML entities. HTML entities are not actually a tag, but it just some predefined codes to display the predefined symbols. For example, if you are giving ampersand copy semicolon, you will get a copyright symbol. We can notice a copyright symbol in the output. So to display the copyright symbol, as you cannot type it directly from the keyboard, we have the predefined code, that is ampersand copy semicolon. And we can see a copyright symbol. Similarly, if we want to display the registered mark, we have to use REG, means registered mark. Did you notice BR will go to next line? BR is unpaired tag, which is used to make the content to go to next line. Okay, we have REG, and also we have trade. Trade will display the trademark symbol. So copy semicolon will display copyright symbol, REG will display registered mark, trade will display trademark. Similarly, we can display any different symbols. For example, NBSP semicolon will add one space. For example, 1 and 2. So in between 1 and 2, this part will represent one space. NBSP represents non-breaking space. NBSP means non-breaking space. After 1, one space will come, followed by 2. Now we can notice there is a space between 1 and 2. In case if you want multiple spaces, we can repeat the same a number of times. NBSP can be repeated. I repeated 3 times, so we can expect 3 spaces displayed. Check it carefully. Space number 1, 2 and 3. 3 spaces have been displayed. Next, we can also display some currency symbol. For example, cent will display the cent symbol. Pound means pound symbol. Euro. Ampersand hash 8377 will display Indian rupee symbol. We can notice a different output: cent symbol, pound, euro, okay, Indian rupee symbol. Like this, we have different symbols. So overall, the meaning of entities is, entities are used to display the predefined symbols with the help of predefined codes. Either we use entity name or entity number in order to display the predefined symbols. Okay. Now let us try to understand the next tag, that is data list tag. Data list means, not data list, definition list. Definition list means used to display the list of definitions. For example, you want to display the 3 definitions. You want to provide the definition for HTML, CSS, JavaScript. First you want to display some title, then you want to display the definition below. Again you want to display the definition title, then you want to display the definition below. Again definition title, again definition. So definition title, again definition. Definition title, again definition. Definition title, again definition. n number of times we can add n number of definitions. In order to represent the complete list of definitions, DL tag should be used. Definition title can be represented as DT. Actual definition can be represented as DD. Three tags we have to use: DL, DT, DD. Definition list completely represented as DL. Actual definition title represented as DT. DT stands for definition title. Actual definition represented as DD, definition data. So three tags we have to use. So for example, first you want to keep the heading HTML. How do you keep the heading title HTML? By using DT. Actual definition of HTML means a sentence can be placed in the DD tag, definition data. And a complete list of group of definitions represented as definition list DL. So let's try to understand the three tags practically: DL, DT, DD. Okay, check the program. Definition list dot HTML, definition list dot HTML. So DL stands for definition list. Okay, now we are going to place DL means definition list. Presently there is no any output. Inside the definition list we can place the definition title, for example HTML. You want to provide the actual definition of the HTML. HTML is used to create elements in the web page. So we can place something. HTML is used to create elements in the web page. That is the definition. Here the HTML is the title and this is the actual definition of the same. Now we can have any number of other definitions. For example, the title is CSS. CSS is used to apply styles to the elements in the web page. One more definition, for example, JavaScript. JavaScript is used to create functionality in the web page. Okay, so we have three definitions. The title is HTML, definition is this one, and we have a title called CSS, and this is the definition. We have title called JavaScript, and this is the definition. Three titles, three definitions. But it doesn't look like a definitions, just like a normal paragraph. I want to bring the definition look and feel for this. So to do so, we have to use definition list. Already we have placed the complete content inside the DL definition list. The each title should be represented as DT tag. So DT will display the definition title. DT will display the definition title. Now you can see definition title, that is HTML. Next, this definition is represented as DD tag. DD, definition data. Now we can see the definition data. Okay, definition data. And then we can see definition title again. CSS is the definition title. You can see the definition title. Actual definition is represented as DD tag. So what I meant to say, the heading is represented as DT, actual definition is represented as DD, and the syntax repeats till ending. Again, for this what tag will you use? DT, definition title. And for this content what tag we have to use? DD, definition data. So definition title, definition data, again definition title, definition data, definition title, definition data. We can repeat the pairs of DT and DD a number of times. All these DT and DD should be placed only inside the DL definition list. So finally it is look like this. definition titles are appear in the towards left, definition data, that means definitions are displayed in the right side. So this is the definition title, then definition data, again definition title, definition data, and so on. So in order to provide the list of definitions, we have to use a definition list dd and dt. Okay, next let us place another important tag called div tag. So what is div tag? The div tag stands for division of the page, a part of the page. The complete web page is divided as multiple parts. Each meaningful part is called as a div tag. For example, in the complete web page, the header part, navigation bar, some left side bar, page content, footer. Like this, you want to divide the complete web page into multiple parts. Each individual part is represented as one div tag. And inside the div, we can place some small divs. In a big div, we have a small div. For example, if your city is a div, your area, your colony or your area is one div inside it. City is a big div, inside that your area is a small div. Inside that particular area, your building is another small div inside it. Inside that, your room is another small div. So the logic of the web page designing in real time is, in the complete big div, we have to place a small div. In a big div, we have to place a small div. That is the logic behind the web page designing. So we have to provide the div tags as many as you want. And it is completely 100% of the 100% plan of the developer how many div tags you have to place in the real web page. There is no limit for the number of divs. We can create the divs as many as you wish. But in our further lessons, we are going to see more about the div tags. Particularly when we go to CSS, we will see more of div tags, and also in the Bootstrap, in the JavaScript, in further lessons also we are going to see more of div tags. Let me show a quick example of div tag right now. So check this. We have a div. I just going to create a div tag. Div. I just created div 1, div 2, div 3. 3 divs we have created. Div 1, 2, 3. Only by providing div tag, there is no special output is coming. Just normally the content is up here line by line. Internally, the div tags are considered like this. Div is like a box. Okay, inside the div, we are going to place some content. Okay, these are the 3 boxes. So even there is no any border or margin or you can say background color displayed, but we can apply the border margin padding by using CSS. So this example provides a quick idea on div tags, but we will explore more about the div tags in the further lessons. And there is one more tag called span tag also. I will explain about the span tag in the further lessons, particularly in the CSS. Okay. So with this topic, the HTML part is completed, and in the next lesson we are going to see the CSS. For a few days we will explore through CSS. That means we will try to apply the styles to the elements by using CSS. After that we will also see Bootstrap and further advanced tags. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are going to see different CSS selectors. In the last class, we have seen the border, margin, div tags, float left, this type of topics. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand the CSS selectors. The concept of CSS is first step, select the element, then we have to apply the style. In order to select the element, we have to use the CSS selector. After selecting, then we can apply the styles. So what style you will apply, whether you apply the font or background color or border, that is secondary matter. The first requirement is, first we have to select. So in order to select the element, we have to use something called as CSS selectors. To identify the elements, we have to use CSS selectors. See, in the web page, you might be having lot of HTML tags, div tag, p tag, heading tag, or a table tag, or list tag, or whatever. I want to pick up a particular item, then we can apply the style to the element. To identify the particular element, to select the particular element, we have to use the CSS selectors. CSS provides various types of selectors, means different conditions. For example, in front of us 1000 people are sitting. I want to call a particular person. First, based on his name, I can call him. In case if I don't know his particular name, I can call him by his roll number, or by his shirt color, or by his row number. I can select him based on different conditions. Similarly, in the web page also, you might be having lot of HTML tags, and we can apply the particular item, we can select the particular item based on some particular selector. If you want to select an element based on tag, we have to use tag selector. Based on ID means ID selector. Based on class means class selector. Tag name and class name means compound selector. Parent-child relationship means child selector. Like this, we have different conditions, so we have different selectors. So let's try to understand all these selectors in detail. So check this, CSS selectors. CSS selectors. Selector is a syntax to select the element. The concept is, first we have to select the element, and then we have to apply style. So in order to select the element, we have several selectors. The first one, tag selector, next ID selector, class selector, compound selector, grouping selector, child selector, direct child selector, attribute selector. These are the important list of selectors available in CSS. Now let us try to understand each one. The first one we will take, that is a tag selector. Now if you take the tag selector, it selects the elements, it selects all instances of specific tag. Here instances means examples. Every time when the tag is present, we have to call it as one instance or example. In order to select all instances of the particular tag, we have to use tag selector. The syntax for this is just a tag name. By providing the just tag name, we are able to select the particular element. Now let us try to understand the example based on this. See, we are going to take a new program. First, HTML head body, this part is common. HTML head body. Head is representing the non-content information. Body is representing content information. The title, what topic we are trying to practice here, tag selector. Then we have to save this. Now observe carefully, we have some p tags, paragraph tags. I want to select all instances of the particular paragraph. To select all instances of the particular paragraph, we have to use the tag selector. Here wherever p tag is present, I want to select all of them at a time. Then in order to do so, we have to use tag selector. Now in the style, I am just writing just a P for paragraph. I am selecting all instances of the p tag. So this is the p tag, this is the p tag. All instances of the p tag will be at a time selected. After selecting, then we are trying to apply some style for it. For example, I am just trying to apply a background color is equal to sky blue. Now save this file name tag selector.html. We have to save it in the location called C:/CSS. Then go to the particular folder and run this program. Double click on HTML file to run. Then we can see for all the paragraphs the sky blue background color has been set. Here the point is the P is a tag selector which selects all instances of the particular P tag in the entire web page, wherever it may be. Now here the requirement is I want to select a particular single tag, only the single tag. For example, only this single P tag I want to select. How do we point out the particular instance of the paragraph? We can do that by using ID selector. So let's take the ID selector. Second selector is ID selector. It selects a single instance of the specific tag based on ID. Based on ID, to select a single instance, we have to use ID selector. I want to select a single instance, means only the para 1 or only the para 2. Only single tag can be selected by using ID selector. The symbol is hash. Hash is symbol of ID. First we have to provide hash, then followed by ID. So hash will search wherever ID is equal to the so and so given identification name, automatically that particular single instance will be selected. Then for that we can apply some style. Now check it. We are going to take an example of ID selector. ID selector. Now for example, I want to select only the para 1. Only the para 1. Then what we have to do? ID equal to P1. Based on this ID, we are trying to select a single element, so we have to provide hash P1. Hash P1 will search the entire web page. Wherever P1 is there, for that item the particular background color will be applied. Now we can notice, instead of applying the background color for all the paragraph, only the single para 1 is having the style. So to select a single tag, what we have to use? ID selector. To select all instances, tag selector. But sometimes you require few. For example, you have to select para 1, para 2, para 4. Few elements, not all, not one, few elements. Then what we have to use? We have to go for the class selector. So let's understand the class selector. It selects few elements that are having specific class. Here the syntax is dot class name. Dot is symbol of class, so dot class name will search for the particular tag that is having the specific class. Wherever the class is matching, that specific item will be selected. Now let's apply this. Class selector.html. Now I would like to select para 1, para 2, para 4 also. Suppose we have few more. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have basically 6 paragraphs. See, I want to select para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 also. Whichever the items that you want to select, for those elements we have to apply class is equal to some class name, for example class 1. This class 1 is just use a different name. We can provide any other different name. Then we are trying to apply class equal to class 1 for the elements where you want to select. I want to really select para 1, para 2, para 4 and 5. For those elements only we have to provide class equal to class 1. So based on the class name we have to apply the style. So dot is symbol of class selector. If you want to represent ID, hash. If you want to represent class, dot. So dot class 1 has selected the para 1, para 2, para 4 and para 5 also, because these elements only are having the specific class. Here the class name can be anything. See, in the real time applications, what will you do? If you want to select the elements based on some condition, for example, you would like to select all these language names. So for all these language names, we have to provide a class equal to some class name, for example language, class equal to language, class equal to language, class equal to language. For all these language names, class equal to language. Then we have to provide dot language, just like dot class 1. Then we can apply some underline or whatever the style you want. Similarly, if you want to select all these privacy terms and settings, these 3 hyperlinks, then for these 3 we have to provide class equal to class 2. For the class 2 we can apply some different style. So whenever you want to select a few elements, we have to use class selector. But sometimes what we have to do, you have to check the tag name and the class name also. Then we should go for the compound selector. Compound selector is the 4th type of selector which is used to select the element based on the tag name and the class name also. It selects one or more elements based on tag name and class name. At a time you want to select that based on the tag name and the class name. Tag name you want to check and class name also you want to check. Then what we have to do, syntax is tag dot class name. So if you provide only the tag, that we have to call it as tag selector. Only dot class name, class selector. If you combine both, that is compound selector. Tag dot class name. First we have to provide the required tag, for example P, then dot class name, for example dot class 1. So it will automatically search for the elements that are having the specific tag with a specific class. Only the particular tag is present, it will not be selected. Only the class is present, it will not be selected. At a time both conditions should be matched. It should be tag plus at the same time class. Now what we will do is that I am just creating a new program, compound selector. Compound selector dot html. Now have a look once, compound selector. Okay, now here the small problem that we have to understand is we have bold tag before bold, and also we have span tag. Do you remember span? To represent a small portion of the text, we have to use a span tag. So we have span 1, span 2, bold 1, bold 2. So for these bold and span tags also we can apply the same class. Same class name is applicable for the bold tags and the span tags also. Now we can notice, so we have just provided the class equal to class 1. As we have provided dot class 1, it is selecting the bold tag and the span tag also. Notice we have not mentioned only we want p tag. We just said that dot class 1. Dot class 1 means it is including the p tags, b tags and span tag. Irrespective of the tag name, wherever class equal to class 1, all those elements will be selected. But in this case, as you want to select only the p tag that is having class equal to class 1, then what we have to do, we have to add the tag name at the left hand side. Now what happens is that tag name dot class name means we have to call it as compound selector. So it must be p tag, at the same time it should be having class equal to class 1. So is it p tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this para 1 will be selected. Now check the para 2. Is it a p tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this also will be selected. Now check the third one. Is it p tag? Yes. But is it having class equal to class 1? No. So the para 3 will not be selected. And the process continues till ending. So finally, how many elements will be selected? Check it. Para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 only will be selected. Bold, italic, span tag will not be selected. The reason, we are looking for only the p tags, not for the b tag, not for the I tag, not for a tag. So we clearly mentioned that the tag should be p tag. At the same time, the same tag should be having class equal to class 1. So now you can see only for p tags that is having class equal to class 1, the particular style is applied, not for the b tag and span tag. So if you want to look only the tag name, then tag selector. Only the class name, then class selector. Tag name and class name at a time, then compound selector. Next one, grouping selector we have to use. It selects a set of tags. To select a few tags, to select a set of tags, we have to use grouping selector. Means tag 1, tag 2, tag 3, a number of tags we can provide like this. I am selecting all instances of the tag 1 plus all instances of the tag 2 plus all instances of the tag 3 at a time you want to choose. Then what we have to use, grouping selector. Comma is symbol of grouping selector. Remember, hash is symbol of ID selector. Dot is symbol of class selector. Tag name dot class name is a symbol of compound selector. Like that, comma is symbol of grouping selector. So all instance of the tag 1 plus tag 2 plus tag 3 will be selected at a time with the help of the grouping selector. So check this program. Grouping selector. I created a separate program, grouping selector.html. So at a time I want to select all the p tags, span tag plus b tag. All instance of the p tag, span tag, b tag at a time will be selected with the help of the grouping selector. Now we need not give any class name or ID anywhere. I am just removing the class. So I am selecting all instances of the p tag, b tag and the span tag. All these elements will be selected at a time. Check this output. Now we can see for all of them the background color is applied. So don't think like only we can apply these selectors for p tag only. In fact, we can apply for any HTML tag. What are the HTML tags I told earlier? For any HTML tag, any selector is applicable. At the same time, don't think like only we can apply the background color with these selectors. We can apply any other styles whatever I told, such as font, margin, border, etc. For example, let's add border also for this. Border is equal to 3 pixels solid red. Now you can see the border also just applied. At the same time, we have a property called padding. Padding, for example, 20 pixels. Now we can notice the gap between the border and content has been changed. Padding is the gap between the border and the content. I mean to say, this gap, these gaps are called padding. So in this area only, actual content will be displayed. Okay, so like this we can apply any CSS selector, CSS style like background color, background image, padding, border, margin, anything. Okay. The next type of selector is child selector. It selects all instances of the specific child that are present inside the specific parent. First, it will locate the particular parent. Inside the particular parent, it will identify some children, and those specific children will be selected with the help of the child selector. Check it. So simply we have to provide parent space child. So in this particular parent, that particular type of children will be selected. I am selecting the particular type of children that are present inside the particular parent. So now let's have a look at once. Check the example. Child selector.html. To understand this example, I am going to take a div tag. Do you remember a div tag? Div tag is very important. Div is a box. Div is a container. Inside the div, we can place any other HTML tags. So inside the div, we are going to place a set of tags. For example, some paragraphs. We have a div with some paragraphs. So here, para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the point here? The div is a parent. Div is a parent. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children. For para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, div is a parent. For a div, body is a parent. For the body, HTML is a parent. Simple logic. Outer box is a parent, inner box is a child. So in that way, the para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children inside a div. Okay. Now, in this example, I want to locate the paragraphs which are present inside the div. Some paragraphs may be present outside the div. I don't want to select all of them. Then what we have to do, div space p, div space p. I am selecting all the p tags that are present inside the div. So here space is symbol of child selector. As I told already here, parent space child, space is symbol of child selector. See, did you remember? Comma is symbol of grouping selector, dot is symbol of class selector, hash is symbol of ID selector. Similarly, space is a symbol of child selector. So left side one is treated as a parent, right side one is treated as a child. So inside the particular parent, the particular type of children will be selected. That means inside the div, only the p tag will be selected. So for example, inside this p, I am trying to provide background color light green and also border 2 pixel dotted blue. This particular given style will be applied for all the paragraphs that are present inside the div. Now let's execute this. Now you can see the particular style is applied only for para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 but not for para 6 and 7. Why it has not applied for para 6 and 7? The reason is that these para 6 and 7 are present outside the div and we are looking for only the p inside the div. The meaning of div space p, we are trying to find the p tags that are children of the div, not the other than the children. So for this condition, only the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are matching, not the 6 and 7. Okay, next after that, we also have direct child selector. It selects all the direct children of the specific parent. Okay, direct children of the specific parent. So parent greater than child. Parent greater than child means we are looking for a direct children of the particular parent, not the children of children, means not the grandchildren, only the direct children I want to select. Then what we have to do, then we have to use the direct child selector, that is greater than. Now just have a look at once. In the child selector there is a nature. So for example, inside the div we have a child called b before bold. Inside that we have some other p tags like this. Now what do you think? Will it select this para 6 and 7 now? Answer is yes. It will select the para 6 and 7 also, even though it is present inside the b, because b is present inside the div. See, div space p means that including grandchildren, means for this div b is a child and for this b para 6 and 7 are the children. So here it's including grandchildren. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of the div. Check it. Para 6 and 7 are the direct children of b. b is a direct child of div. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div, right? Just like you are the child of your parent. Your parent is a child of his parent, right? So similarly, para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div. So in this case, child selector includes grandchildren, but direct child selector excludes grandchildren. So in case if I just convert the same into the direct child selector, that is greater than instead of space, now what happens? Para 6 and 7 will not be selected now. Para 6 and 7 not selected. The reason, para 6 and 7 are the direct child are the grandchildren, direct child selector will not select it. So we are looking for only the p tags that are directly the children of the div, but not we are looking inside the child of another one. So that is the meaning. So if you want to include grandchildren, including grandchildren, we have to use child selector. If you want excluding grandchildren, okay, then we have to use the direct child selector. Include the grandchildren, child selector, excluding grandchildren, direct child selector. Next, attribute selector also useful for us. Attribute selector means it selects the elements based on the attribute value. I am selecting one or more elements that are based on the specific attribute value. If the element is having a specific attribute, that element only we are trying to select there. So for example, syntax is tag name, in the square brackets we have to provide attribute is equal to in double quotes value. Check there. First we have to provide the tag name. In this particular tag, okay, in this particular tag there should be an attribute. That attribute must be having this particular value. So if the particular value is present, then only that element we are trying to select, otherwise not. Now check there. In order to demonstrate this, the best example is images. So let me have some images in this particular folder. I just go to images location and I just copy paste some of the sample images. Suppose we have img1.jpg 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 images we are going to copy and paste into current working location. Practice time, you can download the images from Google. Now I want to display these images in my web page. Okay, these images. So I am just removing this CSS style, also these div tags and p. Only just I want img src equal to img1.jpg, width is equal to some number of pixels, for example 200 pixels. Okay, we have 5 images. Okay, we have 5 images. In fact, if you maximize the screen, okay, just a minute, I am removing the BR. Okay, now in case if you maximize the screen, the images appear side by side. Okay, again, now the images are appears line by line because of the space. Okay, if you increase the space, automatically they appear side by side. Anyways, now here the point is, I want to demonstrate the attribute selector. See, conceptually img is a tag, src width are attributes, right? So this is the tag, src width are attributes. So I want to select all the img tags. For all the img tags, I am trying to apply some border, for example 4 pixel solid red. Now we can expect the red color border for all the images, as you can see there. But I don't want all the images, only the first image. Actually, if the first image is having some ID or class name, it will be easy to select it. In case if you have ID, we can use ID selector, that is hash. In case if you have a class name, we can use a class selector like a dot. But the problem is it's not having any ID or class name, but we are able to select it based on its unique src value. Basically src is an attribute value, right? So we have to use attribute selector. Src is equal to img1.jpg. Simple. We are looking for img tag that is having an src equal to img1.jpg. What tag we are looking for is img tag. At the same time, it should be having an attribute called src with value img1.jpg. Now we can notice we can see the only the first one is selected. In case if you want to select the second one, we can change img2.jpg. Now what happens? Now we can see the only second one is selected. So based on the value of the src attribute, we are trying to select. So this is what we call it as attribute selector. Next, also we have some additional selectors, that is h over selector. It selects, it applies the style only when the user places mouse pointer on the element. It applies the style only when the user places the mouse pointer on the element. Okay, so if you place the mouse pointer on the element, then only the style will be applied. Syntax is tag name colon h over. Tag name colon h over. Now have a look at once. See, for example, if you place the mouse pointer on the button is highlighting, right? Even here also, if you place the mouse pointer on a language name, it is highlighting. That's because of h over. Okay, let's try to understand h over. H over means the mouse pointer is over on it. Okay, so h over. Let me take some paragraph tags. Paragraph p tag. So we have a few set of paragraph tags. Now it is displaying para 1, 2, 3, 4. Now when the user places mouse pointer on the paragraph, I want to apply the style. So if you just write like p and give some style, for example background color, this style will be applied for all the paragraphs unconditionally. But I don't want like this. When the user places mouse pointer on the particular paragraph, then only you would like to apply the style. Then what we have to do, colon h over, which means that when you place mouse pointer on that moment only the style is being applied conditionally. If you just come out, nothing is applied. If you just place the mouse pointer on that, then only the h over style gets applied. Exactly in the same way, we can also take some buttons. So we are going to take the button tag, for example OK button, cancel button, anything. OK, cancel, apply. I am selecting all the button tags. For all the button tags, we are trying to apply some background color, for example light green. So now we can see light green background color is applied for all the buttons, and also we can see border style, border 1 pixel, solid black. Now you can see the border. Okay, I want this should be blue. Okay, just I am trying to select the blue color from this color palette. Okay, this type of blue. Okay, now we can see the blue color border, and at the same time I would like to change the padding of these particular buttons. Padding, suppose 6 pixels padding. So you can see the gap between the border and content. Gap between border and content increased. Okay, right. So now we can see the 3 buttons. Also I would like to apply this shadow for these particular buttons. To apply the shadow, we have to give box shadow. The property box shadow is used to apply the shadow for the particular button, not only for button but also for p tag, div tag, anything. So 4 pixel and 4 pixel means horizontally 4 pixels and vertically 4 pixels. Now we can see shadow horizontally 4 pixels mode, vertically 4 pixels mode. Now also we can give blur radius. Blur radius means we can see blur effect. The shadow is having blur effect right now. See, previously the shadow was very clear cut shadow. The shadow is very clear cut shadow. Now we are adding some blur effect. Also we are adding some spread 1 pixel. means the shadow area will be increased, the shadow will be spread. Also now I am giving 0 pixel for the horizontal, 0 pixels for the vertical. Now we can see look like this, okay, with shadow. Also we have margin for example 10 pixels. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, you would like to apply some style. So button : H over, button : H over. On placing the mouse pointer on that, you want to change the background color of the particular button as dark green, and also the text color should be white color, and also the box shadow should be spread value should be changed as 3 pixels. So 3 points you want to change on H over, that is background color, text color, and box shadow. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, the change is coming. Just a minute. Okay, the blur radius and the spread should be, yeah, okay. Now we can see the change. When you place the mouse pointer on that only, it is changing. Okay, like this we can change, and also we can change the shadow color. Shadow color, for example, some kind of blue color I am expecting. So okay, some kind of blue, same color I am trying to apply. This is for shadow color. Okay, now we can say the shadow color is set. Okay, now we can also apply transition box shadow to yes. Transition means slowly it has to apply the style. So see, when you place the mouse pointer on that, slowly it is applying the style. Let me make it as 0.5 seconds. It is applying the particular shadow in 0.5 seconds. Now you can see slowly, gradually shadow is changing. So what you can understand from this today's lesson is, if you understand the proper knowledge of the CSS selectors, we can make the beautiful look and feel for your buttons, text box and forms. So this is all about the CSS selectors. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are trying to understand the document object of the JavaScript DOM. Yesterday, we have seen what is document object model and how to work with the window object we have seen. Also, yesterday we have started the document object properties. Today, we are trying to understand the document object methods. The document object is representing the exact white color area where you can see the actual web page. This is the browser window. Inside the browser window, the actual white color area where you can see the web page is called as a document object. So the document object is providing properties and methods to manipulate the document. Means we can access the properties like URL, the title, head, links, etc. Now today mainly we will focus on document object methods. So let us see the list of document object methods. So methods of document object. What are the methods? We have a method called write method, get element by ID, get elements by name, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, query selector all, query selector. These are the predefined methods available in the document object. Okay, now let us try to understand the example of each method here. First, we are going to see the example of write method. Suppose we have some heading already. Inside the scripting, we are going to write a statement called document.write of hello. We can also use HTML tags. Here, document is an object. Write is the actual method. We are going to pass the string value as argument. This particular string value will be rendered on the screen. So let us save this write.html. We are going to save it in SQL and JavaScript. Go to the folder and run this. Now we can see the hello as output. So that means whatever the value we have given, that value will be displayed as it is in the screen. Here we can use any HTML tags, whatever you like. This will be printed here below the heading. We can also use the document.write statement multiple times. So we have repeated 3 times. Now we can see 3 paragraphs. But in real-time applications, document.write is not recommended. Alternatively, we have to manipulate the elements by using element properties and methods, which I will cover later in the further lessons. So the next method that we have is document.getElementById. The document.getElementById is used to retrieve the element based on the ID. Every HTML tag can have an ID, and based on the ID we are able to retrieve the specific element or specific instance of the element by using getElementById method. Here in this method, E caps, B caps and I caps, no space in the middle. So let us take an example on getElementById. getElementById.html. getElementById. For example, we have a paragraph ID equal to P1, that is para 1. I want to get the element based on the ID, that is getElementById of P1. So here document means the complete web page. getElementById will return the specific element based on the ID, and based on ID means what is ID here? P1 we have mentioned. So it will search for P1 element. P1 is found here, right? So this particular paragraph will be retrieved. After retrieving, we are trying to print it in the console. So console.log of the value that we can just provide. Now if you can execute this, now we can see the paragraph. The paragraph object is retrieved here, or paragraph element is retrieved here. Based on the paragraph element, you are able to manipulate the actual paragraph. Simple. This paragraph is retrieved by this statement. You can also write the same program in other way. First we can retrieve the paragraph based on ID, and we can store it inside a variable. So we can give any ID, for example A is just a variable. Using that variable, we are able to access the paragraph element. Here A is a variable, P1 is ID, and P is the name of the tag. So we are representing the same paragraph. In real time, it is better to store the reference of the paragraph inside a variable, and we can do any manipulation based on that. The next one, get elements by name. Based on the name also we are able to get the elements. Let's take an example on get elements by name. Get elements by name.html. Here we are trying to provide some name, maybe a common name for multiple paragraphs. We have given the same name for all the paragraphs. So we are able to retrieve all of them based on the name, that is ABC. In other words, this method will search the entire web page. Wherever name is equal to ABC, all those elements will be retrieved at a time as an array. So much like an array, we are able to retrieve the elements based on the index. For example, 0 means first paragraph, 1 means second paragraph, 2 means third paragraph. It is returning an object that is representing the complete set of paragraphs, group of paragraphs. Next, get elements by tag name. Based on the tag name, we are able to retrieve all the elements. We are trying to select all instances of the particular tag based on the tag name. Here ID or name is not required. Directly we are able to give get elements by tag name of the tag name, that is P. All instances of the P tag will be retrieved here. So let's run this. Now we can see all the paragraphs are selected here. Okay, now we can see all instances of the particular paragraph. Next, also we are going to use get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are able to retrieve the elements. So I am just selecting this get elements by class name. What is the method we are trying to use? Get elements by class name. So check there, get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are selecting all the elements. Here, what is the name of the class? We have to specify. Suppose class is equal to ABC. So based on the ABC class, we are selecting all instances. Wherever ABC class is present, all of them we are selecting. Here just ABC is just an example name. We can use any other different name. Wherever the class name is matching, all of the elements will be selected here. So we are able to get the element based on ID, based on name, based on tag name, and based on class name. So among these four methods, get element by ID, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, get elements by name, among these four methods, the main difference is get element by ID returns the direct object because ID cannot be duplicate. So based on ID, we are able to retrieve only single element at a time. But get elements by tag name or class name or name will select generally multiple elements. Even the particularly single element is found, it is treated as a object. So inside our object there will be multiple elements. So we have to use index in order to do any manipulation on that. For example, we have retrieved based on the tag name, get elements by tag name, only single paragraph is found. Even the single paragraph is found, it is written as a multiple objects. So that is the reason we have to return like 0 or 1, specific index needs to be written. So this is the main difference between get element by ID and other methods. Get element by ID returns the single object directly. Get elements by tag name, class name, and name returns an array, multiple. So inside which we are able to use the index. Based on the index only, we are able to retrieve the corresponding element. But in CSS, we have different other selectors. Based on selectors, we are able to retrieve the elements. For example, based on tag name or class name, and different symbols we have used. Like hash is for ID, dot is for class, space is for child selector. Like this, several classes we have used, several symbols. So based on the symbols also, we are able to retrieve the elements in JavaScript. Then we have to go for query selector all method. So let's understand query selector all method practically. So check there, query selector all is the name of the method. It is used to retrieve the elements based on the given criteria. maybe based on condition, based on CSS selectors, or whatever it is. So now query selector all, name of the method query selector all. So if you want to select all instances of the particular paragraph, then we are going to use query selector all of P. So much like a get elements by tag name, it is returning all instances of the particular paragraph. Here node list means list of nodes. Each paragraph is a node here. List of nodes is returned, that is each paragraph is represented like this. But we also have ID. For example, I want to select the para 1 based on the ID, we have to use hash P1. Here hash is symbol, it is a selector which is taken from CSS. Already told about ID selector, tag selector, child selector, attribute selector. Any of those CSS selectors can be used inside the method called query selector all. Next step. There is one more method called query selector, just query selector. Query selector all is different, query selector is different. What is the difference between query selector and query selector all? Query selector is selecting multiple elements, query selector returns single element. So check the difference very clearly. Query selector all returns multiple elements, more than one element, but query selector returns only single element. So check this, query selector, actually we don't have ID. Based on the tag name we are selecting all instances, so it is selecting all the instance of the P tag, that is para 1, para 2, para 3 respectively. But instead of using query selector all, in case if you are using query selector, see it is returning only the first paragraph excluding the remaining. The reason query selector will receive only the first element among the specified condition, but whereas query selector all returns multiple elements. That is the difference between among them. So these are the several ways of getting. So the basic requirement of retrieving or selecting is, first we have to retrieve the elements, and based on the elements only we can do manipulations. So well, what kind of manipulations you can perform after retrieving the elements? For example, based on ID we have retrieved the specific element. So what kind of manipulation we are able to perform based on ID? So the element object contains the properties and methods of the each individual element. Here element means the HTML tag. For example, I want to manipulate the elements by using the properties and methods. So let me demonstrate the element properties and methods here. So let's understand element object. The element object represents a single HTML tag. The element object represents a single HTML tag. Any HTML tag, may be H1 tag or P tag, some particular tag is represented as HTML element. Inside that we have some properties. So have a look at once, check there, properties and the methods of element object. Okay, check it, properties and methods list of element object. Element object has several properties and methods. Okay, now check it. The first one is tag name. Next one is ID. Next one is inner HTML, inner text, and style, parent element, children, scroll top, Okay, this is not required. Set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute, attributes, focus, click, remove, append child. These are the properties and methods of the element object. All these properties can be used after retrieving an element based on ID or based on tag name or name. By using any of these ways, whenever we have retrieved a specific element, based on that you are able to manipulate all these set of tags, all these set of properties and methods. So let's try to understand each property and method very clearly. So first let us see the first property, that is called tag name. First we are going to see something called tag name. So tagname.html, we are going to create a file called tagname.html. Suppose based on the ID we are retrieving a specific element, get element by ID of p hash p1. So based on that particular p1, I want to retrieve the corresponding tag name. To retrieve the name of the tag, that is p, we have to use dot tag name. This will give you the name of the tag of the corresponding element, that is p tag. The current working tag, that is p, can be retrieved here. Next one, ID. ID returns ID of the element. So ID, if you want to know the ID, then we have to use ID property. So we are going to use which one? ID. ID. Now check it, ID. So ID is returning the ID of the identification name of the element, which we have mentioned through ID property. Next also we have inner HTML. What is the name of the property? Inner HTML. The inner HTML property will give you inner content of the particular tag. Means whatever present in between the opening and closing tag, the actual content area is nothing but the inner HTML. See, this is opening tag, this is closing tag. Whatever present in the middle, that is called inner HTML. It includes the child tags also. For example, I am giving hello B world. So this is all the content of the inner HTML. Now we can see hello B world. It's including the child tags. Okay, if P is a parent, B is a child. Okay, so it's including the content. It's including the content of the particular paragraph. So that is the reason we can see including. If you want to retrieve the plain text only, then what you require is we have to go for the inner text property. Inner text property will give you only the text content but not the inner HTML content. That means if it is containing the child tags are exclusive. Only the actual text will be retrieved, that is hello followed by world. This B and /B will be ignored. Okay, if you want to get the including child tags, we have to use inner HTML. Excluding child tags means we have to use inner text. The next one, style property. So what is this style property? The style property is used to apply some style to the particular paragraph. For example, we are selecting the element based on ID, style dot. We are going to set the text color dynamically. See, check it there. We are selecting the paragraph based on the ID and we are going to apply the color. So we can see the color, that is para 1 is set. Okay. Based on the ID, we are retrieving the particular paragraph first. That means particular element is retrieved. Then based on that, we are trying to apply the corresponding color. Next, so in CSS we have several properties. Any of the properties we are able to retrieve. We can set any CSS property, but if we are having hyphen within the property name, then hyphens not allowed in JavaScript, right? So alternatively we have to use C for color. So hyphens must be removed, the next letter will be capital to compensate it. So actually what you write, background hyphen color, but what you should write right now, hyphen should be removed, next letter should be capital. Like this only you must follow. For example, font size, like this, hyphen removed, S become caps. Font family, like this. Every property must follow the same syntax. So the text color is white, background color is dark green, font size 30 pixels, font family Comic Sans MS. Now the font has been set, font style, everything. Okay, next after that we are going to use some other property called parent element. Parent element dot HTML. So assume we have a div id equal to div1. I want to access the parent of the para1. First I am trying to point to the parent, that is the para1, that is child. Then we are going to call the parent element. So who is the parent of para1? Div1. So finally it will return the div1 into the variable and display the same. So as a document.get element by id, we have retrieved the para1 only. But by calling the parent element, we have navigated to its parent. First we are getting the child, then we are going to navigate to the parent by using parent element property. Okay, how to navigate to the parent? We can do that by using parent element. So what are the properties we have seen? Check it. Tag name will return the name of the tag. ID returns identification name of the element. Next, inner HTML returns the inner content including the child tags. Inner text returns the inner content of the tag excluding the child tags. Style is used to retrieve or set the CSS style. We can use any CSS property. Hyphen should be removed. Alternatively, the next letter must be capital. Parent element will access the parent element of the corresponding element. So next we have children. Next, children. Assume we have a specific element. It has some children. For example, the div1 has 5 paragraphs. And now div1 dot children. So what happens now? It has retrieved the all instance of the particular paragraph. So whichever the children are there, all those paragraphs will be retrieved here. First, document.get element by id of div1 means the div tag only returned. Based on that, whichever the children are there, all the children are being retrieved here. Okay, the next one, set attribute method. Now onwards methods will start. First one, set attribute. What is the set attribute? Whenever you have a requirement of setting an attribute for the HTML tag, dynamically we have to use set attribute. Okay, see, for example, we have an img tag, nothing but image, img src is equal to some file name, for example img1.jpg, width is equal to 300 pixels. Okay, we have an image. How to display this image? First we must copy paste the image into current working folder. Go to the images location, copy the set of images at a time into the particular folder. Now we can see img1, img2, both images I'm just copying and pasting into current working folder. Remember, we have two images, that is img1.jpg and 2.jpg. By default, the first image, that is img1.jpg, displayed as per the code. But my requirement is at the time of loading the page, opening the page, this particular image should automatically become as img2.jpg. I want to update, overwrite the value of the img tag, src attribute. In the img tag, in the src attribute, you want to update or overwrite the particular value. How do we do that? First, we have to get the element based on id. In case if you don't know the id or don't have id, we can try the get element by tag name or class name, anything. First I am getting the element based on id. Then we are going to call set attribute. We are going to set the attribute. Which attribute you want to set? src attribute. What is the value that you want to display? img2.jpg. Initially, what is the value that we have given? img1.jpg, but at runtime it become as img2.jpg. You can also notice in the img tag here, what is the value of src attribute? img2.jpg. How the img1.jpg overwritten as img2.jpg? By using set attribute method. Okay, the next one, get attribute. Sometimes you want to read the value of the src attribute or any other attribute of any other HTML tag. Don't think like all these methods are only applicable for img tag and p tag. All these methods properties applicable for any HTML tag. Okay, in case if you want to read the specific attribute value, the method is get attribute. Get attribute. So the method name is get attribute. This will return the current value of the src attribute. We are going to display the same here. So you see, it is reading and displaying the current value of the src attribute, that is img1.jpg. So if you want to read the value, then we have to use get attribute. We are not modifying any value, simply we are retrieving or reading the existing value. So next, also we have has attribute. Has attribute is used to just check whether the attribute is present or not. So sometimes we are not sure whether the particular attribute is there or not there. We can get the status of the attribute whether it is present or not by using has attribute method. So check it, has attribute. Has attribute. So has attribute of the src attribute. Actually src attribute is present, right? So definitely you will get true because the attribute value is found. So presently it is going to give true because the attribute is found. src attribute is present in the img tag. In case if the src attribute is not there, the same method is going to return false at that time. Sometimes what you want to do, you want to remove the existing attribute. In order to remove the attribute, we have to use a method called remove attribute. You want to overwrite the value of an attribute, use set attribute. You want to retrieve the existing value of an attribute, get attribute. In case if you want to check whether the attribute is present or not, has attribute. In case if you want to remove it, remove attribute. So let's understand remove attribute. The same methods applicable for any property, any HTML tags. So remove attribute. I'm going to remove an attribute called remove attribute. Okay, so src attribute I would like to remove. Then what's going on? Check it. There is no image because we have removed src attribute value. Check it. In the img tag, src attribute has been removed because of remove attribute method. And sometimes you don't know how many attributes are present for your HTML tag. You may don't know really. In that case, what we have to use is that we have to use something called as attributes property. The attributes property will give you the current values of the particular attributes. It will go to the particular tag, what attributes are present, all the attributes values are retrieved. For example, in this img tag, what are the attributes? src equal to img1.jpg, width equal to 300 pixels, id equal to my image. All these attributes are retrieved by using attributes property. So check it, have a look once. Attributes.html. Attributes. No need of giving any attribute name. It retrieves all the attributes by default. So console.log of A. It retrieves and gives all the attributes. All the attributes are retrieved and displayed at a time. Now we can see like this, which includes src, id, width, all the attributes are displayed there. Okay, next, if you want to know the exact attribute value, then we have to use the attribute name, for example, src. This will give you the exact attribute that you are specified. So in place of src, we can also specify anything like id or width, anything. So if you want to know the exact attribute, we can specify it by using this one. Okay, so next we have something called focus method. Focus method. Focus method. The focus method is trying to place the cursor inside the particular text box. Whenever we have a requirement to place the cursor inside the text box, we have to use focus. So have a look once. Focus method. For example, we have some list of input type equal to text, id equal to txt1, txt1, txt2, txt3. 3 text boxes we have. So document.get element by id of txt1 dot focus, txt1 dot focus. So the focus method will place the cursor inside the particular text box. Now have a look once. When I open the page, By default, where is the cursor? In the first text box. That is the focus method. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So have a look once. So we have the several properties and methods in the element object, which includes the tag name, ID, inner HTML, inner text, style, parent element, children, set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute. We have several properties and methods. So mainly we have three types of objects in the document object model: window, document, and element object. Whereas the window object is representing the properties and methods to manipulate the whole browser window. Whereas document object is representing the properties and methods of the particular white color area, where you can see the actual web page. The particular area is represented as document object. Whereas element object is representing the corresponding HTML tag. So whichever the HTML tag you want to manipulate, first we have to retrieve it, then we have to apply the properties and methods based on that. For example, you want to manipulate an image based on ID or based on class name or based on tag name. By any way, we have to first retrieve it, then we are able to update some manipulation based on that. The best way of getting is get element by ID. Based on ID, usually we will retrieve the element, and based on that we will update the corresponding properties and methods. For example, you may access the inner HTML, inner text, tag name, ID or style, several other properties. If you want to set an attribute, overwrite an attribute, set attribute method we have to use. If you want to read the value of an existing attribute, we have to use get attribute method. If you want to know the attribute exists or not, we have to use has attribute. You want to read all the list of attributes, we have to use attributes property. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. So in the yesterday's class we were discussing the calendars, am I right? I mean the shortcuts, the codes for days, months and the century. Based on the codes, how to deal with the procedure. Let's start with just a recap. Let's see, let's see first thing. If oka particular date ichi manalni day ela find out cheyali ani cheppi check chesinappudu manam em chestam, we follow a particular procedure. What was that procedure? First initially we will check whether that particular year is leap year or not, am I right? First leap year kada anedi check chestam. Okavela leap year kaadu ante we will go with the procedure. Procedure is nothing but given date plus month code plus century code plus last two digits of the given year plus number of 4 multiples in the last two digits of the given year by 7 అనేది చేస్తాం. And then finally whatever the number we get, whatever the fraction we get, we will divide it, we will do the division. Cancellation చేయదని చెప్పాను, we will do the division and finally we will find out the remainder. For example 12/7 అనేది మనకు వచ్చిందంటే 5 అనేది అక్కడ రిమైండర్ గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఆ 5 అనేది మనం డే కి మనం ఈక్వేట్ చేసి ఏ పర్టికులర్ డే వస్తుందని చెక్ చేస్తాం. అండ్ దెన్ లెట్స్ సే ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. లీప్ ఇయర్ అయితే ఏం చేయాలనేది నేను మీకు 2 కేసెస్ ఇచ్చాను. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ లెట్స్ సే 2000 అనే ఇయర్ వచ్చింది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక పర్టికులర్ డేట్ అనేది ఏంటి అనేది కాసేపు పక్కన పెడితే ఇయర్ అనేది 2000 వచ్చిందంటే సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదా, సెంచురీ ఇయర్ ఎండింగ్ అంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్ అంటే ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తాం మనం, 00 ఎండింగ్ అంటే ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తాం, 400తో డివిజిబుల్ అయిందా లేదా అనేది చెక్ చేస్తాం. ఇదే నార్మల్ ఇయర్ వచ్చింది, లెట్స్ సే 1964 అనే ఇయర్ ఉంది, సెంచురీ ఇయర్ కాకుండా 1964. దీనికి లీప్ ఇయర్ మనం కండిషన్ ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తామంటే లాస్ట్ 2 డిజిట్స్ తీసి జస్ట్ 4తో డివిజిబుల్ లేదా చెక్ చేస్తాం. 64 4తో డివిజిబుల్ అయితే లీప్ ఇయర్, కాకపోతే నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. బట్ సెంచురీ ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ అయితే we will definitely cross check with 400. For example year 1700 అనేది సెంచురీ ఇయర్, ఎందుకంటే 00తో ఎండ్ అవుతుంది. 1700 అనేది మనం 4తో చెక్ చేయకూడదు, లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ కోసం మనం 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. 400తో చెక్ చేస్తే లెట్స్ సే అండ్ దెన్ చెక్ చేసిన తర్వాత లీప్ ఇయర్ అయినప్పుడు వాట్ టు డూ, సో సింపుల్, వీ నీడ్ టు చెక్ ద డేట్ అండ్ మంత్. 1st January నుండి February 29th దాకా మనకు డేట్ ఉంటే వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఫైనల్ రిమైండర్లో వీ నీడ్ టు డూ -1 అండ్ దెన్ March 1st నుండి December 31st ఉండిందంటే no need to do anything, just go ahead as it is. So this was the procedure we were discussing yesterday. Now I'm going to solve certain problems under calendars. Yesterday basics మాత్రమే చూసాం, ఈ రోజు ఇన్ డెప్త్ గా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి క్యాలెండర్స్ తో అండ్ డేట్ అండ్ డే కాకుండా ఇంకా ఎటువంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఇస్తారు ఎగ్జామినేషన్ లో అనేది మనం చెక్ చేద్దాం. లెట్స్ సీ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. If you see the first question, which among the following year is a leap year? I repeat, which among the following year is a leap year? So దీంట్లో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఏది అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి. సో ఇక్కడ చూసినట్లయితే ఫస్ట్ చూడండి, ఫస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 2600. సో 2600 ని మీరు 400 తో డివైడ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. హియర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 2600. సో 2600 ని మీరు 400 తో డివైడ్ చేయండి. సో ఇట్స్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్. అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ ఆప్షన్స్ లో అన్ని సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్. సో సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ కాబట్టి సెంచురీ అంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ 2600, 2700, 2800 అండ్ దెన్ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ what is that, 3000 and then 3400 years icharu. So then please don't use 4, use 400. If you use 400, this is obviously 406 into 2400 is probably it's 200. So this is not a leap year. So 400 తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు మనకు రిమైండర్ 0 వచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రమే అది లీప్ ఇయర్ అవుతుంది. బట్ హియర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 200 రిమైండర్, ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. నౌ లెట్స్ సీ వాట్ ఇస్ సెకండ్ ఆప్షన్ విచ్ ఇస్ 2700. మీరు క్వశ్చన్ ని చూసినట్లయితే నెక్స్ట్ ఆప్షన్ మనకి 2700 ఉంది. 2700 ని 400 తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు obviously 4 table is same here, 6, 2400 and probably it's like 300. Once again, this is not a leap year. Here, instead of getting the remainder as 0, we are getting remainder as 300, which is not a leap year. Now, let's see the third option, which is 2800. Am I right? Third option is 2800. So, దీని మనం 400 తో చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? Let's see, 4 sevens, it is 400 into 7 is like 2800, 0 exactly. This is the leap year. 2800 అనేది leap year అవుతుంది. And then let's see, థర్డ్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఆన్సర్ ఇదే, బట్ స్టిల్ మీరు ఇంకొక 2 ఆప్షన్స్ కూడా చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి అన్నప్పుడైతే నెక్స్ట్ చూసారంటే 3000 ఇయర్ 3000 అండ్ 400. సో ప్రాబబ్లీ 4 sevens 2800 and the remainder 200. So remainder 200, it is not a leap year. Now let's see the last one, which is 3400. So ఈ 3400 ని మీరు 400 తో డివైడ్ చేసినట్లయితే which is 8 times 3200. So probably 0. Sorry, it is 200. It is not a leap year. So simple. ఇది మీకు అర్థం కావడానికి నేను ఇలాంటి డివిజన్స్ చేస్తున్నాను. 400 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్స్, అంటే 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్స్. సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అప్పుడు 400 మల్టిపుల్స్ అవ్వాలి. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 400, 800 అండ్ దెన్ 1200, 1600, 2000, 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600 ఇలా వెళ్తుంటుంది. 400 టేబుల్లో లీప్ ఇయర్స్ అనేది వెళ్తుంటుంది సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ కాబట్టి. సో హియర్ యాజ్ పర్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్ ది ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ 2800. ఇయర్ 2800 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. లెట్స్ సీ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ and see on what dates of March 2004 did Thursday fall. I repeat, on what dates of March 2004 did Thursdays fall? అంటే 2004 మార్చ్లో థర్స్డేస్ అన్ని ఏ డేట్స్లో వస్తున్నాయి? I repeat, 2004 మార్చ్లో థర్స్డేస్ అన్ని ఏ డేట్స్లో వస్తున్నాయి? నా ఇఫ్ యూ ఆస్క్ మీ హౌ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ దిస్, వెరీ సింపుల్. డైరెక్ట్గా థర్స్డే ఏంటి అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయడం అనేది నాట్ పాసిబుల్. సో బాగా అర్థం చేసుకోండి. మార్చ్ 2004లో థర్స్డేస్ ఏ డేట్స్లో ఉన్నాయి అంటున్నారు. సో ఇది ఒక థర్స్డేనా అంటే నో, వీ నీడ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఆల్ ద థర్స్డేస్. సి మినిమం అని చూసారంటే 4 థర్స్డేస్ ఉండొచ్చు, మాక్సిమం అని చూసారంటే 5 థర్స్డేస్ ఉండొచ్చు. దర్ ఇస్ నో పాసిబిలిటీ దట్ యూ కెన్ గెట్ లెస్ దెన్ 4 థర్స్డేస్ ఆర్ మోర్ దాన్ 5 థర్స్డేస్. సో 4 అనేది మినిమం, 5 అనేది మాక్సిమం. సో ఆ పర్టికులర్ థర్స్డేస్ అన్ని ఏ డేట్లో వస్తున్నాయి అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి. సో ఫస్ట్ థర్స్డే మనకి ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందని తెలిస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మిగతా థర్స్డేస్ అనేది మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయొచ్చు. అది ఎలా చేయాలి? సో సింపుల్. ఫస్ట్ లెట్స్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఫస్ట్ మార్చ్ 2004 ఏ పర్టికులర్ డేలో వస్తుంది చెక్ చేద్దాం. వాట్ వాస్ ద డే ఆన్ 1st March 2004? బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ వి షల్ క్యాల్కులేట్ అకార్డింగ్లీ. ఆల్ రైట్. సో 1st March 2004 అనేది ఎలా మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సిందంటే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ద ప్రొసీజర్ విచ్ వీ నీడ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ గివెన్ డేట్ ఇస్ 01 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్. సి మేము ఆల్రెడీ మీకు మంత్స్కి కోడ్స్ ఇచ్చాను విచ్ ఇస్ 033614625. 035. These are the month codes to the corresponding months. అవునా? సో ఇప్పుడు ఇందులో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మార్చ్ అనేది 3rd month. సో మార్చ్ కోడ్ ఏంటంటే 03. am I right? And then plus century code. So century code we know clearly 1900 నుండి 1999 కి it is 0 and then 2000 నుండి 2099 కి కోడ్ ఏంటి చూసారు అంటే 60642 if you remember. So obviously it is 6 plus last 2 digits of the given year. Last 2 digits of the given year ఏంటి ఇక్కడ 0 4 and number of 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి అంటే దీంట్లో ఒకటి ఉంది, right? by 7 and check, see remember this is ఇది సాల్వ్ చేసే ముందు మీరు అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే 2004 లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. 2004 ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, ఎందుకంటే సి ఇట్స్ అ 4, ఇట్ ఇస్ యాక్చువల్లీ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, అవునా? సో 2000 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, 2004 కూడా లీప్ ఇయర్, సో ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్. ఇది సాల్వ్ చేసే ముందు ఫస్ట్ మీరు లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి. సో 2004 ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, బట్ దీంట్లో వన్స్ మీరు లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా అనేది కన్ఫర్మ్ చేసిన తర్వాత లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది కాబట్టి యూ నీడ్ టు చెక్ ఇది Jan 1st నుండి February 29th లోపల ఉన్న డేట్ ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 31st లో ఉన్న డేట్ ఉందా అని చెప్పి. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ఇన్ ద సెకండ్ స్లాట్, అంటే March 1st నుండి December 31st లో ఉన్న సెకండ్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది. సెకండ్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది కాబట్టి నో నీడ్ టు డూ -1, యూ కెన్ గో హెడ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్. -1 దీనికి చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఇది సెకండ్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది. జస్ట్ యాడ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ అండ్ జస్ట్ లైక్ డూ ద డివిజన్ పార్ట్. నా ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ఇట్ ఇస్ 1 3, which is 1 plus 3 it is 4, 4 plus 6 it is 10, 14, 15. Am I right? 15 by 7. Let's cross check it once again. 1 plus it is 4, 1 plus 3 4, 4 plus 6 10, 10 plus 4 it is 14 and 1 15. 15 by 7 and 15 by 7 if you do the division, so 1 is going to be the remainder. Understand? 1 is going to be the remainder. So 1 remainder ante idi 8 day avutundi. We know that Monday, 1 stands for Monday, 2 is for Tuesday, 3 is for Wednesday, 4 is for Thursday, 5 is for Friday, and then Saturday 6, Sunday it's not 7, it is 0. In such case here remainder anedi 1. So 1 ante manaki ఏ డే ఈక్వేట్ అవుతుంది, Monday అవుతుంది. And try to understand ఇది March 1st నుండి December 31st slot లో ఉంది కాబట్టి no need to do -1, just leave as it is, hence answer is Monday. Alright, so from this what I can understand is first March అనేది చూసినట్టయితే first March, first day of the month అంటే day 1 ఏంటి అని వస్తే చెక్ చేసుకోండి. day 1 అనేది మండేగా ఉంది, ఓకే, day 1 మండే. అండ్ దెన్ జస్ట్ చెక్ day 2 ట్యూస్డే. మనకేం కావాలి, థర్స్డే, అన్ని థర్స్డేస్ 8 డేట్లో వస్తుందని చెప్పి. సో day 3 అంటే March 3rd అని మీనింగ్. సో March 1st, March 2nd, March 3rd. March 3rd ఎప్పుడు వస్తుంది మీకు, Wednesday వస్తుంది. సో day 4 అంటే March 4th. March 4th ఎప్పుడు మీకు వస్తుంది, Thursday వస్తుంది. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా day 4 అనేది థర్స్డే వచ్చింది అంటే, సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఐ మీన్ 4th day ఆఫ్ దట్ మంత్, ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ 4th March అనేది మీకు థర్స్డే అవుతుంది. ఐ రిపీట్, 4th March అనేది Thursday. Alright, so from this I'm going to erase this. I hope you know how to calculate this. This is very easy. Now try to understand. అంటే 4th March మీకు చూసినట్లయితే it is Thursday. సో నెక్స్ట్ థర్స్డే ఎప్పుడు వస్తుంది అనేది మన క్వశ్చన్. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సో ఈ రోజు తర్వాత, ఐ మీన్ ఈ రోజు నుండి 7 days తర్వాత అదే రిపీట్ అవుతుంది, సేమ్ డే రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ day 1 మండే అంటే day 1కి +7 మీరు చేసినట్టయితే ఏమవుతుంది, 8 అవుతుంది. 8 కూడా మళ్ళీ మండేనే వస్తుంది. ద సేమ్ థింగ్ ఇప్పుడు 4, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ day 1 మండే అయినప్పుడు day 8 మళ్ళీ మండే. దానికి +7 చేస్తే day 15 వస్తుంది, day 15 కూడా మండే. +7 చేస్తే day 22 మండే, అంటే 22nd March మండే. అండ్ దెన్ +7 29 అంటే 29th కూడా మండే. బట్ మనకి ఇక్కడ కావాల్సిన ఏంటి, థర్స్డేస్ ఎప్పుడు కావాలి. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ 4th March అనేది థర్స్డే. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో ఇప్పుడు దీన్ని మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే +7 యాడ్ చేశారంటే నెక్స్ట్ చూడండి, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్, 11th March. సో 4 March, సో 11 March కూడా ఏమొస్తుంది, థర్స్డేనే వస్తుంది. సో దీనికి +7 చేసినట్లయితే మీకు ఏమొస్తుంది, 18 March కూడా థర్స్డేనే వస్తుంది. అండ్ దెన్ దీనికి +7 చేసినట్లయితే మీకు ఏమొస్తుంది, 25 March కూడా థర్స్డే. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ వాట్ ఐ కెన్ సే 4, 11, 18, 25. సో 25 ప్లస్ 25 మాది 18, 25. సో 4th, 11th, 18th, 25th. ఈ తర్వాత +7 చేయదు, +7 చేస్తే 32 వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. సో మన మాక్సిమం నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ డేస్ ఇన్ అ మంత్ ఇస్ ఓన్లీ 31 days. మార్చ్లో 31 days ఉంది, డోంట్ యాడ్ 7 there. సో 4, 11, 18th, 25th ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ మంత్ ఇస్ థర్స్డేస్. థర్స్డేస్ ఏ మంత్స్లో వచ్చాయి, 4th, 11th, 18th, 25th. ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 dates అనేది మీకు థర్స్డేస్గా ఉంటుంది మార్చ్లో. ఆల్రైట్, లెట్స్ సీ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ద లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ కెనాట్ బి అన్నాడు. సో లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ కెనాట్ బి. దీనికి ఒక డైరెక్ట్గా నేను మీకు ఆన్సర్ చెప్పొచ్చు, ఐ మీన్ ట్యూస్డే, థర్స్డే, సాటర్డే అని చెప్పి, బట్ ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు టెల్ ఇన్ సచ్ ఏ వే. ఐ నీడ్ టు టెల్ యూ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. అంటే సెంచురీ, ద లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ ఏంటంటే ప్రతి 100 yearsకి, ఐ మీన్ లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సెంచురీ అంటే 100 years కదా, ఆ లాస్ట్ డే అనేది 31st December ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీ, లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ కెనాట్ బి, ఒక పర్టికులర్ రూల్ని ఫాలో అవుతుంది. అది ఎలా చెక్ చేయాలి? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం ర్యాండమ్గా ఒక 4 dates తీసుకొని దాన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసినప్పుడు we will get to know what are the dates we get. Let's see how this works. నేను లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ అన్నాడు కాబట్టి నేను మీకు 4 different dates ఎగ్జామ్లో మీరు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. దీని యొక్క సొల్యూషన్ నేను మీకు చెప్తాను, మీరు అది డైరెక్ట్గా నోట్ చేసుకుని ఆన్సర్ చేసేయచ్చు. జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఫ్రీక్వెంట్లీ ఆస్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇది మీరు అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికి మాత్రమే ఇది నేను ప్రూవ్ చేసి చూపెడతాను. ఎగ్జామ్లో ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డూ దిస్ ఆల్ దిస్ క్యాల్కులేషన్, యూ కెన్ డైరెక్ట్లీ హిట్ ద ఆన్సర్. ఆల్ రైట్, నౌ లెట్స్ సే సో లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీస్ కాబట్టి 31st December. Let's talk about 1999. Alright, 31st December 1999. Alright, century అన్నాడు కాబట్టి let's talk about century అంటే ఒక 100 years కి. So in such case మనకి ఏం చేద్దాం, let's talk about 2000. Let's talk about 31st December 2000, last day of the century. Am I right? Or then మీరు చూసినట్లయితే లాస్ట్ డే December, and then let's talk about 2100. All right, and then 31st December 2200, and then here let's talk about December 1900. సో ఇవన్నీ చూసారంటే లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ దట్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ కదా ఇవన్నీ, 1900, 2000, 2100, 2200. సో ఇవి మనం సాల్వ్ చేసి ఏ పర్టికులర్ ఇయర్లో, ఐ మీన్ ఏ పర్టికులర్ డేస్లో వస్తుందని మనం చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ ఫర్ us టు గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. ఫస్ట్ డేట్ మనం సాల్వ్ చేద్దాం. సో December 31st, 1900 అనేది మనం చూసినట్లయితే లెట్స్ సాల్వ్. సో సెంచురీ కోడ్స్ మనకు క్లియర్గా తెలుసు, ఇట్ ఈస్ 1900 to 1999, answer is 0. We all know this. 1900 to 1999, the code is 0. ఈ పర్టికులర్ కోడ్ యూస్ చేసి మనం సాల్వ్ చేయబోతున్నాం. నా గివెన్ డేట్ ఫస్ట్ ఇది లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో 1900 అనేది సెంచురీ ఇయర్ 400 మల్టిపుల్ కాదు. సో మీరు వరీ అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. 2000 అని ఫస్ట్ 400 మల్టిపుల్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్లో మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 400, దెన్ 800, దెన్ 1200, అండ్ దెన్ 1600, అండ్ దెన్ 2000. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ 1900 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్ కింద రాదు. ఈవెన్ దో ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 400, హెన్స్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ వీ కెన్ ప్రొసీడ్ డైరెక్ట్లీ. నా గివెన్ డేట్ మనం తీసుకున్నట్లయితే 31 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్. సో డిసెంబర్ యొక్క కోడ్ మీకు తెలుసు, ఇట్స్ లైక్ 033614625 అంటే లాస్ట్ డిసెంబర్లో మంత్ కోడ్ ఏమొస్తుంది, ఇట్స్ 5 ప్లస్ నెక్స్ట్ చూసినట్టే సెంచురీ కోడ్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటి 0 ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్ 00 ప్లస్ అండ్ దెన్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ 00లో మల్టిపుల్స్ ఉండవు. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 00/7. ఫెంటాస్టిక్. నా 000 3 digits చూసినట్లయితే 3 పారామీటర్స్ అనేది 0 అయింది. సో 31 + 6 ఆబ్వియస్లీ 36/7. ఆల్రైట్, 36/7 ఏమవుతుంది, 7 5 35. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ రిమైండర్ అనేది ఇక్కడ 1 అవుతుంది. am I right? రిమైండర్ అనేది ఇక్కడ 1, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ మండే. రిమైండర్ 1 అంటే మండే. సో 7 5 35, దెన్ ద రిమైండర్ ఇస్ 1 is Monday. సో ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ వాట్ ఐ కెన్ సే 31st, నేను మీకు సైడ్లో రాస్తాను, 31st December 1990 అనేది మేము చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ మండే. జస్ట్ ఏమని రాస్తున్నాను ఫర్ యువర్ రెఫరెన్స్, ఇట్ ఈస్ మండే. ఆల్ రైట్, నా లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ 31st December 2000 ఏమవుతుంది అనేది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేద్దాం. 31st December 2000. ఓకే, 31st December 2000 ఏమవుతుంది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే ఫెంటాస్టిక్. ఆల్ రైట్, నా సో 2000 అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, 400 డివిజిబుల్, బట్ 31st Decemberలో ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇది సెకండ్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది. March 1st నుండి December 31st వరకు సెకండ్ స్లాట్, అంటే మీరు -1 చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. యూ కెన్ ప్రొసీడ్. లీప్ ఇయర్ అయినా ఏం చేంజెస్ లేదు, జస్ట్ ప్రొసీడ్ అకార్డింగ్లీ. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ డేట్ ఏంటి, గివెన్ డేట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 31 ప్లస్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే మంత్ కోడ్, డిసెంబర్ మంత్ కోడ్ ఏమవుతుంది 05, నో చేంజెస్ అట్ ఆల్, ప్లస్ సెంచురీ కోడ్. ఎస్, సెంచురీ కోడ్ ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2000 నుండి 2099 దాకా మనకు సెంచురీ కోడ్ ఏమవుతుంది 06 అవుతుంది. ఆల్రైట్, 6. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 6 ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్, ఇట్ ఇస్ 00 ప్లస్ దీంట్లో 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఏంటి 0 0 నో టెన్షన్ బై 7. నా ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 31 5 ఎంతంటే 36 ప్లస్ 6 ఏమవుతుంది 36 ప్లస్ 6 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఇస్ 42. సో 42 బై 7. సో ఇప్పుడు రిమైండర్ మీకు ఏమవుతుంది 0 అవుతుంది అవునా. 7 6 42 రిమైండర్ 0. సో 0 అనేది రిమైండర్ అంటే మనకి ఏ పర్టికులర్ డే వస్తుంది సండే వస్తుంది. సో 31st December 2000 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సండే. 31st December 2000 ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సండే. ఆల్ రైట్, నెక్స్ట్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే సో 31st December 2100 అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. 31st December 2100 అనేది చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో దాన్ని మనం చెక్ చేస్తే లెట్స్ సీ జస్ట్ ఇయర్ చేంజ్ ఇయర్ కోడ్ కూడా చేంజ్ అవుతుంది దాంతోపాటు. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే 31st December 2100 31st December 2100 fantastic. Now year it is 31, given date is 31 and then plus, so what is that month code which is 5 plus century code. So century code ఏమవుతుంది 04, am I right? 064 1900 to 1990 2000 to 2996 and then next చూసారంటే 4 అవుతుంది ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00. ఈ 00లో 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఉంటాయా ఉండవు. సో నో ప్రాబ్లం. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ బై 7. ఆల్రైట్, నా నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే జస్ట్ దీన్ని యాడ్ చేసి మీరు డివిజన్ చేయండి. సో యాడ్ చేసి డివిజన్ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది 31 ప్లస్ 5 36 40. సో 40 బై 7. సో 40 బై 7. సో అంతే కదా. 31 ప్లస్ 5 36 ప్లస్ 4 40 బై 7. Now 40 by 7 మీరు డివిజన్ చేసినట్లయితే ఏమైతుంది you will get 5, am I right? So 7 5s are 35 and the remainder is 5. So 5 obviously the remainder. And 5 remainder అయితే 5 ఏం డే అవుతుంది మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే 5 is obviously Monday 1, Tuesday 2, Wednesday 3, Thursday 4 and 5 is Friday. 5 is Friday. So 31st December 2100 లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీ 100 years కి లాస్ట్ డే ఏమవుతుంది ఫ్రైడే అవుతుంది. 31st December 1990 మండే, 31st December 2000 సండే, 31st December 2100 ఫ్రైడే. సో ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఇంకా ఒక్క డేట్ మాత్రమే మిగిలింది. ఆ డేట్ ఏంటి అంటే 31st December 2200 అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి. 31st December 2200 ఏం డే వస్తుంది చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే విల్ గెట్ అ క్లియర్ పిక్చర్ లాస్ట్ డే. ఆల్రైట్, నౌ లాస్ట్ డే విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 31st December 2200 ఏమవుతుంది గివెన్ డేట్ ఫస్ట్ నోట్ చేసిన 31 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్ ఇస్ 5 ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్ ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది 2 అవుతుంది ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00. ఈ 2 digits లో ఉన్న 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ 00 బై 7. am I right? సో డైరెక్ట్ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ ఇది. సో 31 ప్లస్ 5 36 38 అవుతుంది. సో 38 బై 7 whereas the remainder is 3. అవునా, రిమైండర్ అనేది 3 అవుతుంది. సో 3 అంటే వెన్స్డే. సో 31st December 2200 is Wednesday. 31st December 2200 is Wednesday. Now నెక్స్ట్ చూసినట్లయితే మీరు మండే, సాటర్డే, ఫ్రైడే, వెన్స్డే 4 పర్టికులర్ డేట్స్ చూసాము. ఇంకొక డేట్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే వీ విల్ గెట్ అ క్లియర్ పిక్చర్ అండ్ వాట్స్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్. ఆల్ రైట్, నెక్స్ట్ మీ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం ఇంకొక డేట్ నేను మీకు సాల్వ్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సేమ్ థింగ్ 31st December తో పాటు 2200 కంప్లీట్ అయింది కాబట్టి ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు టేక్ 2300 నౌ. సో 31st December 2300. సో 2300 ఎలా ఉంటుంది సేమ్ థింగ్. సో ఫస్ట్ 0642 అవునా ఇలా వచ్చింది. మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ కోడ్ ఏమవుతుంది మళ్ళీ 0తో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. నేను మీకు చెప్పాను ఆ రోజు ఐటరేషన్ 20th సెంచరీకి 0, 21st సెంచరీకి 6, ఆ తర్వాత 4, ఆ తర్వాత 2, మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ 24th సెంచరీ వచ్చేసరికి 0 వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ నౌ లెట్స్ సీ ఇయర్ కోడ్ హియర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఫస్ట్ గివెన్ డేట్ ప్లస్ month code 05 and the century code obviously year code కాదు century code. So century code is 00 plus and then last 2 digits 00 and then దీంట్లో ఈ పర్టికులర్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits లో 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఎన్ని చూసారంటే 00 by 7. now it is once again ఈ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్టయితే 31 plus 5 36 and all zeros. So 36 by 7 which is nothing but 7 5s are 35 and 1 remainder. So 1 remainder అన్నప్పుడు మీకు ఏమవుతుంది 31st December 2300 అని చేసేసరికి మళ్ళీ మండే వచ్చేస్తుంది. I hope you understand how this works. So 31st December 1990 Monday, 31st December 2000 Sunday, 31st December 2100 Friday, 31st December 2200 Wednesday, 31st December 2300 వచ్చేసరికి ఎలా ఈ 0642 ఈ పర్టికులర్ 0642 ఎలా మీకు రిపీట్ అవుతూ వస్తున్నాయో ఇక్కడ కూడా అదేలాగే ఈ మండే, సాటర్డే, ఫ్రైడే, వెన్స్డే అనేది కూడా రిపీట్ అవుతూనే వస్తుంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఇందులో మీకు లాస్ట్ డే అంటే 31st December ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీ, నాట్ డెకేడ్, 100 years. సో ఇందులో మీరు అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాల్సిందంటే మండే, రిమెంబర్ మండే, సండే, ఫ్రైడే, వెన్స్డే అనేది లాస్ట్ డే రిపీట్ అవుతూనే ఉంటుంది ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఆర్డర్లో. ఆల్రైట్, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ మీకు రిపీట్ దీంట్లో లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ దట్ సెంచురీ రానివి ఏవి అని చూసంటే మిస్సింగ్ చూడండి. ట్యూస్డే నో వీఆర్ నాట్ గెటింగ్, and then Thursday we are not getting, and then Saturday we are not getting. So from this I can say the last day of the century year cannot be a Tuesday, cannot be a Thursday, and cannot be a Saturday. So ఇది మీరు డైరెక్ట్గా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది. ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్యాల్కులేషన్ అనేది ఎగ్జామ్లో మీరు చేస్తే మీకు టైం సరిపోదు. ఇది జస్ట్ మీకు అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసమే చేసి చూపెట్టాను. మీకు కావాలి అంటే 31st December 2400, 31st December 2500 మీరు చేస్తూ రావచ్చు. ఇదే ఈ లూప్ మీకు మండే, సాటర్డే, ఫ్రైడే, వెన్స్డే అనేది రిపీట్ అవుతూనే ఉంటుంది తప్ప అట్ ఎనీ కాస్ట్ లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ దట్ సెంచురీ కెనాట్ బి డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ. అయితే ఆ పర్టికులర్ ఫస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ట్యూస్డే అవుతుంది. దెన్ సండే లాస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ అయితే మండే అవుతుంది. సో వాట్ ఎవర్, ఫర్గెట్ అబౌట్ ద ఆర్డర్, ద ఫస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ క్యాన్ బి సాటర్డే, థర్స్డే, ట్యూస్డే, మండే అవుతుందమ్మా. ఐ రిపీట్, సాటర్డే, థర్స్డే, ట్యూస్డే. మీరు ఇక్కడ చూసినట్లయితే ఇవే ఫస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీస్ రావడానికి ఉన్న ఛాన్సెస్. ఫస్ట్ సాటర్డే రావచ్చు. ఫస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ద సెంచురీ అంటే ఫస్ట్ Jan, let's say for example 1st Jan 2001 is the best example. Now if you see the screen, Saturday, Thursday, and then Tuesday, and then Monday ఇవే రావడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంది. I hope you understand. Let's see the next question. Which will have the same calendar year as that of 2011? Which will have the same calendar year as of 2011? And for this it is so simple. I'm going to give you a small logic which will help you to sort of this kind of problems. మనకి 3 conditions ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 3 conditions ని మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకుంటే so you can answer it within fraction of seconds. Alright, ఆ కండిషన్ ఏంటి అని మనం చూద్దాం. సో 2011 యొక్క క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు రిపీట్ అవుతుంది? మీరు క్యాలెండర్ అల్గరిథం మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మళ్ళీ రిపీట్ అవుతూనే ఉంటుంది. ఇట్స్ నాట్ లైక్ 1000 years ఉంటే ఆ 1000 మీ డిఫరెంట్ ఇయర్స్ ఉండదు. మరి క్యాలెండర్ రిపీటేషన్ అంటే ఏంటి అని చూసారంటే లెట్స్ టేక్ దిస్ 2018 అనే ఇయర్లో డెఫినెట్గా Jan 1st అనేది ఒక పర్టికులర్ డే వచ్చి ఉంటుంది. Jan 2nd అనేది ఒక పర్టికులర్ డే, ఒక పర్టికులర్ డే అండ్ డేట్ అనేది మ్యాచ్ అవుతూ వస్తుంది, అవునా? కొన్ని ఇయర్స్ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఇదేలాగా ఫస్ట్ డే ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేలో రావడం, ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్లో రావడం, సెకండ్ డే అదే డేట్లో రావడం. అంటే 2 క్యాలెండర్స్ మీరు తీసుకొని పైన హెడ్డింగ్ మీరు రిమూవ్ చేసినట్టయితే అంటే 2089కి ఏదన్నా ఆ హెడ్డింగ్ మీరు తీసేసినట్టయితే 2 క్యాలెండర్స్ డేట్స్ అండ్ డేస్ అనేది మ్యాచ్ అవుతూ వస్తుంది. మీరు ఏ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ తీసుకున్నా ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ ఏ పర్టికులర్ డేలో ఉంది అనేది ఈ క్యాలెండర్లో అలానే ఉంటుంది. బట్ ఇది ఏంటంటే ఒక అల్గరిథంని ఫాలో అవుతూ రిపీట్ అవుతుంటుంది. ఆ అల్గరిథం ఏంటి అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు తెలుసుకుందాం. లెట్స్ సీ. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్, ఇఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్ ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ యాడ్ 28. గివెన్ ఇయర్ ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ యాడ్ 28 అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లీప్ ఇయర్ క్యాలెండర్ మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు రిపీట్ అవుతుందంటే ఎవ్రీ 28 yearsకి ఒకసారి లీప్ ఇయర్ క్యాలెండర్ రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, ఆ పర్టికులర్ క్యాలెండర్ మీకు ఎప్పుడు రిపీట్ అవుతుందంటే 2028, జస్ట్ యాడ్ 2028లో రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. ఇఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్ ఇస్ అ ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ యాడ్ 6. నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు 2000 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, లేదు మీరు 2004 తీసుకోవచ్చు లీప్ ఇయర్, 2008 తీసుకోవచ్చు. మీరు ఏ లీప్ ఇయర్ మీరు తీసుకున్నట్టయినా మీరు జస్ట్ 28 యాడ్ చేసినప్పుడు మళ్ళీ రిపిటేషన్. సో అది ఎలా అనేది నేను చెప్తాను. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. సో 2004 నేను తీసుకున్నాను. 2004 అనేది ఇయర్ ఒక లీప్ ఇయర్. ఈ లీప్ ఇయర్ క్యాలెండర్ నాకు మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు రిపీట్ అవుతుందంటే జస్ట్ యాడ్ 28. మీరు 28 యాడ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? 2032. దట్స్ ఇట్. సో ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ వాట్ ఐ కెన్ సే 2004 క్యాలెండర్ 2032 క్యాలెండర్ అనేది సేమ్గా ఉంటుంది. దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ద క్యాలెండర్ అల్గరిథం వర్క్స్. దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ దే డిజైన్ ద అల్గరిథం. ఆల్ రైట్, నెక్స్ట్ లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఏదైనా తీసుకోవచ్చు. 2016 అనేది కూడా ఒక లీప్ ఇయర్. ఐ రైట్? 2016 లీప్ ఇయర్. దీనికి మీరు ప్లస్ 28 యాడ్ చేసినట్టయితే ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్స్ సో సింపుల్, 2044. సో 2044. సో 2016 అండ్ 2044 క్యాలెండర్ రెండు సేమ్గా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్కి. సో ఇఫ్ ద ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే ఏంటంటే చూస్తే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2004 అనేది మీకు లీప్ ఇయర్ అవునా. సో ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే 2005 అనేది ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ అవుతుంది. సేమ్ థింగ్ ఇప్పుడు 2016 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్ అయితే 2017 అనేది ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్. ఆల్రైట్, తర్వాత ఇమ్మీడియట్గా వచ్చే లీప్ ఇయర్ తర్వాత ఇమ్మీడియట్గా వచ్చే ఇయర్ని నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటాం. సో వాటికి మనం ఏం చేయాలంటే యాడ్ 6. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. యాడ్ 6 అంటే లెట్స్ సే నేను 2005 తీసుకుంటున్నాను. 2005 ఇస్ అన్ ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్, ఎందుకంటే 2004 లీప్ ఇయర్. సో నేను దానికి 6 యాడ్ చేసుకుంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 2011. సో 2005లో వచ్చిన 2005లో వచ్చిన ఇయర్ ఒక క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ దాని యొక్క రిపిటేషన్ ఎప్పుడు ఉంటుందంటే మళ్ళీ యాడ్ 6 అంటే 2011లో రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. బట్ మన క్వశ్చన్ ఇది కాదు, మనకి 2011లో వచ్చే క్యాలెండర్ మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు రిపీట్ అవుతుంది దానికి మళ్ళీ వస్తాను. అండ్ దెన్ వీ హ్యావ్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్, ఫర్ అదర్స్ యాడ్ 11 అని చెప్పాను. ఫర్ అదర్స్ యాడ్ 11 అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక లీప్ ఇయర్ నుండి ఇంకొక లీప్ ఇయర్ రావడానికి మనకి 4 years మధ్యలో గ్యాప్ ఉంటుంది. ఎవ్రీ 4 yearsకి వస్తుంది కాబట్టి మధ్యలో 3 years గ్యాప్ ఉంటుంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఎలా అనేది చూద్దాం. ఒక 4 years ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకొని నేను చెప్తాను, మీరు ఏ క్వశ్చన్కైనా ఇదే అప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. లెట్స్ టేక్ 4 years. నేను 2016, 2017, 2018 అండ్ దెన్ 2019 ఈ 4 years నేను మీకు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. దీంట్లో దిస్ ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, సో దిస్ ఇస్ నేను స్టార్ మార్క్ పెట్టినాను. దీనికి జస్ట్ 28 యాడ్ చేస్తే 2044 వచ్చేస్తుంది. సో సిన్స్ దిస్ ఇస్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ నేను +28 యాడ్ చేశాను. రిమెంబర్ +28 యాడ్ చేస్తే నా క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. నౌ దిస్ ఇస్ 2017, ఇది ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్. 2017 ఏమవుతుందంటే 2023లో మళ్ళీ రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఐ విల్ జస్ట్ యాడ్ 6, ఎందుకంటే దిస్ ఇస్ ద అల్గరిథం. +6 అనేది యాడ్ చేస్తాను ఎందుకంటే ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్ కాబట్టి జస్ట్ యాడ్ 6. ఫర్ అదర్స్ అని ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే 2018, 2019 అనేది అదర్స్, ఎందుకంటే మళ్ళీ మీకు 2020 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, మళ్ళీ 2020 లీప్ ఇయర్. సో ఇది వదిలేస్తే ఈ రెండింటికి మనం జస్ట్ ఏమవుతుంది ఎలా చేస్తే సో సింపుల్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు యాడ్ +11 అంటే 2018కి 11 యాడ్ చేసి మీకు ఏమవుతుంది 2029 అండ్ దెన్ 2019 ఇట్ ఇస్ 2030. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఇది చూశారు అంటే 2018 యొక్క క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ 2029లో రిపీట్ అవుతుంది అండ్ దెన్ 2019 యొక్క క్యాలెండర్ ఇయర్ 2030లో రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. సో సింపుల్. ఆల్రైట్, యాడ్ 28 ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, యాడ్ 6 ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్, యాడ్ 11 ఫర్ అదర్స్. ఇప్పుడు మన క్వశ్చన్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే సో జస్ట్ సీ ద క్వశ్చన్స్. ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. విచ్ ఆర్ will have the same calendar year as that of 2011 అని చెప్పి మీకు ఇచ్చాము. 2011 మీకు ఇచ్చినట్లయితే see it is so simple. సో 2011 అనేది ఏంటి అని చెక్ చేయాలి. see 2008 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్, రైట్. 2008 అనేది లీప్ ఇయర్. 2009 అనేది చూసినట్లయితే మీకు ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్, నెక్స్ట్ 2010 అండ్ దెన్ 2011. దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. సో అది నేను మీకు క్లియర్గా రాస్తే ఐ రిపీట్ దిస్ వన్స్ అగైన్. సో 2008 అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఆల్రైట్, 2009 ఇట్స్ అ ఇయర్ నెక్స్ట్ టు లీప్ ఇయర్, నెక్స్ట్ 2010 అండ్ 2011. సో 2011 అదర్స్ వస్తుంది కాబట్టి జస్ట్ యాడ్ +11. సో విచ్ యుల్ గెట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ 2023. 2011 it's like 2022. That's it. Just add 11. It's so simple. So whatever it is, just add 11. And if you see the options, it is 2022. That is what we are talking about. My screen is option A 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and then 2022. All right, this is how it works. So answer is 2022. All right, now, so very important question. How many days are there in X weeks and X days? Most frequently asked question when it comes to calendars. So question mali note cheskondi, chala important. How many days are there in X weeks and X days? So X weeks, X days lo any days untundi. What does it mean X weeks and X days ani meeku question raavochu. For example, X weeks, X days ante X value lo X place lo meer edaina substitute cheyichukovachu. 2 weeks 2 days, 3 weeks 3 days, 4 weeks 4 days ila anamata. X common, వీక్స్ అనేది కామన్. సో X వీక్స్ X డేస్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుంది టోటల్గా అనేది ఎలా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేస్తాం. మనకి ఇక్కడ 4 ఆప్షన్స్ ఇచ్చారు. అదేంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 7x² అండ్ దెన్ 8x, 14x, D7 అండ్ E నన్ ఆఫ్ దిస్. ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ 8x. 8x ఎలా వస్తుంది అనేది ఒకసారి మనం చెక్ చేద్దాం. సి సో సింపుల్. జస్ట్ X ప్లేస్లో ఒకటి సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేసి చూసి ఒక వాల్యూ సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ ఇట్. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. సో X వీక్స్ x days. Am I right? X weeks, x days అనేది మనకి ఇక్కడ క్వశ్చన్. అండ్ దెన్ సో సింపుల్, లెట్ x is equal to 3. లెట్ x is equal to 3. మీరు 3 సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయాలని అవసరం లేదు, మీరు ఏదైనా సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయొచ్చు. నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్కి తీసుకుంటున్నాను. లెట్ x equal to 3. x equal to 3 అయితే ఏమవుతుంది మీకు 3 weeks 3 days అవుతుంది. Am I right? Just because x is common for weeks and days, 3 weeks 3 days అవుతుంది. 3 weeks 3 days ఎంత అని మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్టే 3 weeks అంటే we know that weekly 7 days, 3 weeks అంటే 21 days, and then 3 it is going to be 24 days. సో 3 weeks 3 daysలో మొత్తం ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 24 days. ఇప్పుడు ఈ 24 అనేది మీకు ఆప్షన్లో ఎక్కడ సాటిస్ఫై అవుతుందో దట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద ఆన్సర్. సో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ ఫస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ 7x స్క్వేర్ ఉంది. 7x స్క్వేర్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 7 అండ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ x? ఇట్ ఇస్ 3. సో 7 into 3 square. 7 into 3 square అంటే 7 into 9. So 7 into 9 is obviously 7 9s are, it is 63. It is not the answer just because we are supposed to get 24 days. Avuna. Next option 2 chudandi. Option 2, what is option 2 here? It is 8x. So simple, 8x. So 8 into point is nothing but into x and x is 3. So 8 into 3 which is 24 days. Perfect. So this is going to be our answer. 8x is the answer. And 14x annaru, 14 into 3 42, not at all sufficient, and 7 no, and none of this no. So answer is 8x. Alright, so I hope you understand the classes. So ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని మీరు చూసారు కదా. సో నిన్న మనం ఫస్ట్ క్యాలెండర్ క్వశ్చన్, బేసిక్ క్యాలెండర్ క్వశ్చన్ని ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలనేది చెక్ చేసాం. ఐ మీన్ ఒక పర్టికులర్ డేట్ ఇచ్చి ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్లో ఏ డే అనేది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయడం అనేది ఇట్స్ అ బేసిక్. అండ్ టుడే సో we have discussed multiple problems. I hope you understand calendar's concept. If you have any questions or doubts, please post in the comments. I shall reply. I'm just waiting for your comments. Alright, thank you so much for the class. Everyone, good morning. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. So today we are going to discuss analogy. What is meant by analogy and how it works. So first, in order to get into the problems, we understand what is the methodology under this. All right, let's start. So when it comes to analogy, let's discuss the format first. What is meant by analogy and how it works? See, it is so simple. Analogy in the sense, so there will be a relationship between two terms or words. We need to understand how it works. Alright, let's say for example, A, B, C, D. Can you see this? A, B, C, D. Alright, now I'm going to, apply some relationship to this particular variables, and I'm going to derive an analogy from this and how it works. And choosdam ante, see for example, A and B ikkada nenu meeku 4 variables rasanu avuna. Ee 4 variables chusaru ante, see here A and B oka relationship lo undi, hence I'm going to use this colon. I repeat, A and B anedi oka relationship lo undi, ee particular relationship. So A and B are in a particular relationship, and try to understand C and D are in a particular relationship. I repeat, analogies lo entante, see, we understand what is the relationship between two terms here, and we need to apply the same relationship to the other variables in order to get the answer. Ante adi ela anedi nenu meeku cheptanu. For example, we have 4 variables. A variables enti ante A, B, C, D. ఇవే ఆ 4 వేరియబుల్స్. సో ఈ వేరియబుల్స్ని యూజ్ చేసి అనాలజీని ఎలా డిఫైన్ చేస్తాం అనేది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకుందాం. నా ఏ అండ్ బి ఆర్ ఇన్ అ రిలేషన్షిప్ అనేది ఎలా అంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏ అనేది బికి బ్రదర్ అనుకుందాం. Try to understand, A is the brother of B. For your understanding purpose, A is the brother of B. Alright, so ఈ రిలేషన్షిప్ లో ఉంది అని మెన్షన్ చేయడానికి నేను ఏం చేస్తున్నాను అంటే జస్ట్ ఒక కోలన్ మెన్షన్ చేస్తాను. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ నా C and D are in a relationship. Once again, C and D are in a relationship. So ఈ C and D ఏ రిలేషన్షిప్ లో ఉందంటే, once again, C is the brother of D. Alright, C is the brother of D. So A, B యొక్క రిలేషన్షిప్ ఏంటి? సిబ్లింగ్స్. I mean A is the brother of B, siblings. And C, D రిలేషన్షిప్ ఏంటి అంటే it is once again siblings. C is the brother of D అంటున్నాను, siblings. Alright, so దీన్ని బట్టి ఏంటంటే A and B ఏ రిలేషన్షిప్లో అయితే ఉన్నాయో C and D కూడా అదే రిలేషన్షిప్లో ఉన్నారు. అంటే A and B సిబ్లింగ్స్ అయితే C and D కూడా సిబ్లింగ్సే. లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సిబ్లింగ్స్ కాదు ఇంకేదైనా తీసుకుంటే లెట్స్ సే ఏ అండ్ బి, ఏ ఫాదర్ బి సన్ అని తీసుకుందాం. ఐ రిపీట్, ఏ ఫాదర్ బి సన్ అని తీసుకుంటే వన్స్ అగైన్ సి స్టడీ కూడా సి ఫాదర్ డి అనేది సన్ అని తీసుకుంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, సో ఇవి రెండు సేమ్ రిలేషన్షిప్లో ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు మార్క్ ఇట్ యాజ్ అన్ ప్రపోర్షన్ సింబల్ ఉంటుంది. ఇట్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అనాలజీ. నా ఈ అనాలజీ ఎలా డిరైవ్ అవుతుంది ఏంటి అనేది చెక్ చేస్తాం. సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. మీకు